when I reviewed his analysis?
Yes, sir. I'll tell you a story
Not really.
later. And the county assessor has sat down, so it's time for us to start. It's nice. Welcome, everybody. We're going to go right to agenda item number 1. If everybody would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. We're on agenda item number 2, and 2A is the photo voice presentation by Saturn, and I think I'm going to let Carol Harvey introduce.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce Brittany Robertson. For those of you who may not know, now I'll turn on. Chief DeYoung and I are members of a group called Saturn. That's a community coalition that's dedicated to substance use prevention. It's a terrific program. It's funded through our health department and under a grant that's titled Communities That Care. And in this case, this is a great example of communities that care about our youth. Brittany told me about this program, or this particular project, about 3 months ago, and said that one of the goals of the group that worked on it was that they wanted to make a public presentation. And so I said, hey, City Council is the best place to do this. I've talked with the folks that were involved in the project. I'm very pleased that they're here tonight to let all of you know about it. I did advise them that old people have short attention spans, and so they've practiced their presentation, and I think they're going to do a great job. So Brittany, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you introduce the team.
And Brittany, just for your own information, when you come forward, and whoever else speaks, please give us your name and your address before you start. Thank you very much. And you can move that microphone wherever you need it to be. Thank you.
I'm Brittany Robertson. I'm part of Teller County Public Health and Environment, and I'm the Youth Involvement Coordinator for Saturn. I'm up here today with Ben, Sam, Sydney, and Chloe, and we're going to start talking about our project.
Thank you. Don't be nervous. Just have fun. We're all here to learn.
All right, so 6 of us worked on this project collectively, each from different parts of the community. 2 of us couldn't be up here today, but they contributed a whole lot to the program, or project. So.
Please preface with your name and address for me.
I'm Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Last name?
Wood.
Address? House address.
All right, 55 Washington.
Great. It's just for the record, so thank you very much.
I am Chloe. I live at 406 South Fairview Street. We wanted to present today a collection of photographs that are showing connections between youth and through several unique opportunities. The activities we're presenting today through these photographs not only interest us, but are commonly enjoyed among our generation.
I'm Sydney Robinson, and I live at 406 South Fairview Street. Today we did this project to demonstrate positive ways adults and youth interact together in the community. Opportunities for pro-social involvement are activities and interactions that connect youth and adults in the community in a healthy and positive way. This is shown by our graph.
I am Ben Walker, and I live at 512 East Denison Avenue. So this graph shows the results of a survey taken by 200 youth in Teller County. And the survey was taken to ask youth what they thought was pro-social involvement in the community. So as you can see on the graph, sports is seen as the leading opportunity for pro-social involvement, with clubs and musical arts in second and third.
And that probably appeals to the mayor in particular.
Does any of you kids appeal to me?
Yeah, so the majority of the pictures that I had on the board had to do with youth or camp of some sort. I know that's been the majority of what's helped me in the past, and I know it's helped a lot of other people as well. So those were mine.
The majority of the photos I have taken and my sister have taken show a lot of the students that participated in band this year, whether that is concert band or symphonic band or marching band that has competitions and parades throughout the year. There's also photos showing some sports, mainly photos of basketball, because that was the season when we had taken the photos, and I am on the soccer team as well.
Some photos from what me and my sister have taken include clubs that like media arts for like artists to join, and I participate in that every month.
So we're the Teller County Youth. We represent.
We really appreciate you guys giving us your time today, and we really hope you enjoyed our presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent.
So, Brittany, before you all go anywhere, this is probably going to be an obvious question. What can we do to help?
I think a lot of support is incredibly important. When as Saturn comes together, and Miles and Carol will know this, we are actually finishing our assessment tomorrow, and we are going to start opening doors to how we can change the community and involve youth and really what we're doing in partnering. And I guess when our implementation starts coming up, we'll really need help from the community to really implement what we would like to do. And I know that's a very vague answer, and it's not all that easy until tomorrow is finished to really describe what that looks like. But like I said, a lot of support is really the most. And I don't know if Miles or Carol want to kind of chime in on that, but
They do, trust me. They do. We'll start with Miles. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Brittany, I just want to say thank you to you and the folks that you brought in here. And a lot of times we hear from the community, what can we do with our kids? What can we do to partner with them? And a lot of times you'll hear that there's nothing to do here in Teller County. And so Brittany and her team are coming up with a lot of those answers and a lot of those solutions. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that. I know they've been working very hard on that. And so if you're looking to work with our community and be involved in some pro-social opportunities, Brittany's your lady.
Miles, can you tell us about the dodgeball event?
It was awesome. Cripple Creek and Woodland Park both had dodgeball events. It was a great event to bring our kids and our first responders together, and everybody has a good time, and it was another great success. So thanks again for putting that on.
Now, all I have to add is thanks, guys. That was a great presentation, and I hope you can leave your montage or collage here until after the meeting. We can bring it back to you if you'd like, but I'd like everybody to have an opportunity to come and look at it.
yeah, we can definitely leave it.
If you all join me right in the middle there, that would be great. All five of you.
When they first started, I was a part of the group, and it's great to see things like this come out of it. It's a wonderful organization.
Well, this is a wonderful organization, and on behalf of our council and on behalf of everybody in our community, we have something special for people that go above and beyond, and what you all are doing for our community is really special. And so we want to give you each a mayor's pin and thank you, and know that, right, the folks here in this room are very interested in the youth of our community. And so if you don't hear from us so much, be sure and reach out, because we want to be there for you. All right? Thank you very much. There you go. Thank you. You bet. Thank you very much. There you go. Thank you, sir. And you can wear these. It's okay. Okay? There you go. Thank you. Let's give these guys a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good job.
And you're certainly welcome to stay because it does get exciting here at times. But if not, we understand.
Okay, great start to the meeting. Okay, we're on agenda item number 2B, and Tanner Coy. Ben, would you do me a favor and just move that board? Yeah, just so we kind of get it out of the way a little bit.
And I'm going to need to use this. Is that clear on mine?
Thanks, Kip.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council and all the fine ladies and gentlemen of Woodland Park. For the record, my name is Tanner Coy. I'm a board member with the Downtown Development Authority, and I'm here tonight as directed by that board to present you with and answer any questions you may have about the Development Authority's Woodland Station Land Improvement Use and Management Plan. With me tonight and also available for comments or questions are quite a number of board members. If you would please stand. And our General Counsel, Mr. Paul Benedetti. Thanks. Before jumping directly into the plan, I'd like to provide just a little bit of context about it, that this plan was originally drafted in 2016, early in 2016, just after the DDA had experienced a series of failures in development agreements for Woodland Station. So the Family Entertainment Center that had been proposed was not moving forward. The city's Aquatic Center moved out of the development, and the Lot 2 development agreement was also failed and terminated. So we were left with a big vacant parcel of land in the middle of downtown and no interest in it at the time. So this plan that you're about to see was drafted and provided to the DDA as a plan to provide an affordable means to manage the property as a functioning asset and also to have positive effect on the district by working toward a number of the goals and objectives stated in the foundation plan. In short, a property management plan to accommodate temporary uses, one that was within the authority's ability to achieve, adding value to the district, enhancing and managing the property, all without creating any additional barriers to development of the site, and without incurring any new debt or impeding ability to repay current debt. The plan itself can be found on the DDA's website by clicking on Documents and this button right here. The premise of the plan is that new commercial real estate development is not currently viable in downtown Woodland Park, evidenced by the high business failure rate, number of empty commercial spaces, and deteriorating properties. Aside from residential use, Woodland Station's highest and best use at the time, outdoor, event, and public use. The goal? Utilization of the property for maximum community benefit until such time that new construction on the site is not only viable, but more valuable to the community than event and public use of the property. With minimal investment, we seek, or the plan seeks, to create the most versatile event and public use venue at Woodland Station that will yield maximum return on investment for the DDA and downtown commercial properties. It's my understanding you all have some familiarity with this plan. I'm going to pick up the pace and move through this fairly quickly. But I'm here for you, for your understanding of this, to answer your questions. So at any point, stop me, make comments, ask questions. Otherwise, I'm going to move pretty quickly from here on out. Okay. The use. All event types, unless otherwise decided by the DDA, would be encouraged to use the property at low cost. Primary events are listed. Secondary events are listed. So again, the purpose of the plan is to bring events and generate pedestrian traffic downtown. There's a pro forma you'll see in just a moment, very rudimentary one. There are some additional considerations as we move forward with the plan that have to do with accounting and legal, ongoing operation and maintenance, management costs and schedules, fees for use of the property, insurance for the DDA and for other users, etc. Something of a phase 1 schedule here for improvements to implement some use, engineering, grading, etc. Much of this has been done. Preliminary budget early on that was approved by the authority board for legal expenses, researching structure, setting up any organization including lease and use agreements, city fees for conditional use or special events or other permits that are required, and then some of the site improvement costs. I'm going to skip some of this for now and come back to that. Very rudimentary pro forma, just contemplating several events using the property, basic fee schedule that could be applied, revenues that would be derived, along with some other expenses. Pretty conservative budget, showing it'd be rather easy to yield a net revenue. A letter of intent from the farmers market saying that if we provided that venue, they intended to use it.
What was the date on that one, Tim?
May 20th, 2016. Letter of intent from Vino and Notes saying the same. If we provided that venue, they intended to use it. And that's dated May 23rd, 2016. At the time, the authority assembled an events committee and tasked that committee with studying the local events market and gathering some data, reporting back to the board. There's plenty of great data in here that I hope you will read at some point. For now, I am going to stick with just the summary. That after review of the foundation plan, the events market of Woodland Park, event growth, the new events, Woodland Station as a venue, the concept plan that we'll review here shortly, and some recommendations to the board. The committee believes supporting the growth of events in downtown Woodland Park is within the purview of the DDA. Events are not only viable in Woodland Park, but are positive for economic, social, recreational, and cultural growth within the district. Woodland Station is an ideal location for downtown events, providing more area, visibility, and access from Highway 24 than any other location within the city, and also positions pedestrian traffic ideally for exposure to existing downtown businesses. The concept presented to the DDA board on March 22nd is well suited to the property, provides adequate flexibility for event configuration, beautifies the downtown, and improves the marketability of DDA-owned real estate. A DDA plan to improve the Woodland Station property and facilitate the growth of existing and new events within the district seems not only justifiable but opportune. As you're aware, there's an overlay district with design review process that applies, and as the concept plan you're going to shortly see would constitute some improvements to the land. It was subject to design review. There is a memo from design review reviewing and providing preliminary approval for the plan. The end of this document is the foundation plan for the development authority. This was, looks like approved February 2002. This plan is a very important one. It's a requirement statutorily for us to have. It was approved by the council. It's been subject to review by the authority numerous times since its adoption, and each time, including recent review, the authority board decided that it is a current relevant plan and is in no need of modification. In this plan, as it's attached to the document, we've highlighted a few areas of the plan that are particularly relevant and that the concept plan and events plan stabs at. So, for instance, our foundation plan tells us to make downtown Woodland Park a better place for people. It tells us to improve the overall appearance, condition, and function of the district, to encourage pedestrian traffic and security, to preserve and create green spaces, parks, and pedestrian walkways, to enhance the district as a regional center for, among other things, social, recreational, and cultural activities, and to prevent deterioration from occurring, to improve pedestrian access and security for pedestrians in a user-friendly environment, to increase, equal to the need, the net supply of accessible parking spaces within the district, to promote a variety of activities in the district, to improve the usefulness and accessibility of sites and streets, thereby promoting the growth of the district, etc. Functions to be established and provided in the district will benefit and promote the health, safety, prosperity, security, and general welfare of all the occupants and owners thereof. Public use facilities, emphasizing use of the district for cultural and arts events, trade shows, business meetings, conventions, recreation, amusement, and other entertainment, and also to promote the district as a destination. Beautify and further utilize downtown focal point areas by installing landscaping, screening, plazas, walkways, lighting, view corridors, and amenities which promote the Pikes Peak vista. Increase pedestrian use and access through the area, including picnic areas. Beautify walkways, park areas, and plazas with appropriate landscaping, decorative structures, rest areas, market and entertainment areas, other casual meeting areas. Etc. There's plenty for you to read when you choose to. Back to the concept plan. It began with this aerial view of the site, you'll see right here, as it existed in 2006. All I had at the moment was this rendering of the hardware store site plan, so that dropped in there. Existing compaction from years of vehicular and equipment use. This dark green line here and this dark green line here, if you can see that, okay, represent 3-to-1 slopes between grades. The approach to grading this property, which used to look something like this, was to minimize the need for fill and compaction and other expensive work by terracing it. Instead of trying to bring everything up to the same grade, provide larger level areas that could be used. So terracing. This area up here is at the same grade as the Bergstrom Rest area. About, well, I want to say 5 or 6, maybe not quite, 4 or 5 feet below that is another large, fairly level area, and then a few feet below that is this third terrace here. The existing compaction that you saw in the last slide is where we took cues for primary vehicular access route New compaction would be needed for some access, vehicular access in a couple of areas. Walking paths are defined with gravel. New vegetation added in strategic areas to define and enhance view corridors and add beauty to the rustic landscape. This slide shows 118 10 by 10 tents fit onto the property as drawn. You can see the landscaping that we've drawn in these areas is indeed strategic, designed not to impede the use of the property or the views. I worked with members of the Farmers Market Board in laying this out. It provided more event tent space than they needed at the time. It was well suited for them to grow, which was their expectation should they have this site available with the visibility and access that it has. They anticipated growth, and this was 18% more tents than they had at the time. This is showing what we call the maximum tent layout. These are all 10 by 10 tents. There are a total of 183. Along with truck and trailers of different sizes. And just so you know, at the time, the baggage building, I think, was just moving over there. I didn't have a picture of it either, so I drew that in. That's what this is. And these vehicles right here, all the vehicles used along the streets, well, every vehicle you see, in fact, maybe you couldn't tell, those are vehicles, are scaled to the size of Ford F-150s. And this is meant to represent the existing drainage detention pond. In this slide, we drew in a pavilion structure, something that's a little bit more permanent. It could be a pavered surface or stamped concrete, timbers or log frame construction, and used just as a structure to support events. At some point, if the venue were valuable enough to justify that installation, then this was just a concept to depict the flexibility of the venue and that it could accommodate a structure like that. Zoom this in a little bit. What's drawn in here might be a little bit blurry. All these little gold, what appear to be stars, if I had a higher resolution image, you'd see that they're 4 foot by 4 foot, 4 top tables with 4 seats each. That's seating for 100 people, as shown, to give you some idea for the size of the venue and the amount of people that it can hold. Just another iteration showing a 140-foot diameter event tent, placed neatly in the third terrace, unimpeded by any landscaping, and aside from a couple of pedestrian paths, not impeding any of the vehicular routes. This was the grading and erosion control plan produced by JPS Engineering. It was necessary in order to obtain a permit for the grading of the property, which has been done. The 2015 topo. This was just used to show the prior topography of the site and the scale measurements and allows to confirm dimensions, etc. So that is the plan in a very small nutshell. This plan is 3 years old. As I mentioned, it was first publicly presented at a DDA meeting in March of 2016. The board duly deliberated this over the course of numerous months. There was discussion at the April 7th meeting, May 3rd, May 24th, and June 7th meetings of the board. At all of those meetings, numerous council members were present, including our council liaison at the time, Mr. Councilmember Sawyer. And comments from Mr. Sawyer included that he would like to have events in Woodland Station in order to bring new people to Woodland Park. He felt that the cost to make improvements is reasonable and felt that events would benefit the downtown merchants. He did vote affirmatively with the board to formally approve this plan at the June 7th meeting 2016. The grading work, as I mentioned, is done. And in order to close out the open grading permit or zoning development permit, we need to revegetate the surface. And so the authorities purchased some pasture stabilization mix from the Teller County Extension, which was their recommended seed for revegetating this area. That seed has been spread. The total cost was about $375 for it. There are, it's hard to tell in this plan, but there are a few feature boulders placed in the landscape and a number of trees. The mine donated feature boulders to this project for our use for free. And the Cowhand, Mary Jo Larson, donated 4 trees for free. The Sheriff's Department has donated picnic tables for free. And Lowe's Home Improvement donated a total of $20,000 to keep Woodland Park beautiful, $10,000 of which was in support of this plan. Kiewit, a contractor the city has hired to make improvements on Park Street here, asked if they could use this area for staging equipment and materials. As you can see, it's perfectly located for their work. And the authority negotiated an agreement with Kiewit to allow their use of this in exchange for some drainage improvements that were necessary to maintain this detention pond. Kiewit also broke up and removed a number of large concrete, remnants of concrete chunks that were on the site, and are helping with some additional improvements, such as use of the millings to help stabilize some of the surface in here. So it's a lot of free. Our plan at this point is to continue, revegetate the surface, and move some boulders over here, get the picnic tables on site. I believe one is already there, and see what we can do to continue enhancing this property for the enjoyment, the use of the entire city, and to add value to surrounding properties while it functions as an interim or temporary plan to accommodate temporary uses, attract and draw people into the district, and increase commerce. Are there any questions?
Council, where would you like to start?
I would just like to say that I don't think but the trees aren't necessarily free. The trees themselves were free. The planting, moving, maintenance, watering of the trees are not free, correct?
That's a great point. And
Thank
to
you.
that point, there are a number of items that were not free that I didn't list. So among them, well, I did mention the grass. The trees cost $300 a piece to move. There is an ongoing cost to water them. And at this point, I think we spent $1,680 to relocate, plant, and care for the trees. And over the course of the summer, to provide the prescribed watering for the trees, along with the grass and any other expenses budgeted. We're anticipating a total expense on the property this year of $4,450, which is just about 10% below the $5,000 that was in the Woodland Station improvements line item of the budget presented to and approved by council in December.
Thank you.
There was grading of the property some couple years ago that came in at approximately a $20,000 cost, $10,000 of which was paid for by the Lowe's grant.
Val?
The plan you're presenting is the first formal presentation to council, I believe. It was developed in March of 2016 and blah, blah, blah. You had some meetings after that. So the dates on those letters reflect the initial pass at this plan, not current intent by developers, but you're presenting the plan that the board has approved, which includes those 2016 letters because it's a 2016 plan. I'm sure you would have told us about any changes that you had 2019 terms, some of which you did, I believe.
Yes. I don't know of any changes that have been formally presented or approved by the board. This is still the concept, and really, it's largely beautification and configuration of the property to accommodate temporary uses. As we've seen, events in Woodland Park thrive. There's a long list in this events report: Cruise Above the Clouds, Vino and Notes, Oktoberfest, or just to name a few. And they continue to grow year after year. They are successful at drawing large numbers of pedestrian traffic into Woodland Park, and this site is a great site to make available for such uses and any others.
Thank you. Carol?
Well, how could anyone criticize an attempt to make this a viable piece of property until such time someone from the public sector purchases the piece of property? I guess my question is, what were you looking for from council, or was this just an opportunity to advertise the fact that, you know, this is more than just an empty lot and that it could be used for these functions? And then add on to that, is there power on this piece of property now that could power or provide the power generation for anything at all? Or do we have to have this really long extension from City Hall? So the first question, Tanner, is this just an opportunity to share this with the public, or did you want something from the council at this point in time?
Okay, second question, real quickly. There's power very nearby. Bergstrom has power. In fact, the city's installing an electric vehicle charging station at Bergstrom, so power's not far away. It's not in the property itself, I don't believe. The bigger question. This is the DDA's attempt to ensure that any actions we're taking with regard to this property, or really any actions we're taking, money that we're spending, plans that we have in place, have been presented to you and to the public, and that you have been given fair and ample opportunity to comment, ask questions, deliberate as a body, and participate in that conversation. If the council feels that there's something wrong with this, then we need you to tell us. And if you support this, we'd like you to tell us, and so that we can work together as a matter of record that we're working together toward the improvement of the district.
I stand corrected. I meant to say I'm hoping someone from the private sector purchases that piece of property. So my question at this point is, what budget line was used for the majority of the projects from 2016 forward? Was that the beautification budget line in the DDA's budget?
I think I'll have to go back and look, but I think it was all Woodland Station improvements. There's a line item for the Woodland Station improvements, and I think that's the expense account that all expenses have been allocated to.
Tanner, I got some pretty pointed questions for you. Let's start with those letters and the participation, you've named it a couple times, of Vino and Notes, and certainly of the Chamber and the Farmers Market. You're a smart guy, Tanner. Help me understand why if you're going to have an event here, you would want to go to Woodland Station instead of Memorial Park. Help me understand that to start with.
Sure.
Because I think that's the greatest venue in the world. I know there's pros and cons. There's always pros and cons. Second, and you can answer them both at once, for me, it seems ludicrous to spend money on this vacant piece of property we've been trying to market for 20 years. And again, we talked about a little bit before. It's not this council, it's not your board, it's not the board before. Al's been part of this thing forever and ever and ever. It's a tough piece to market. Why not spend that money on helping our existing downtown retailers and our downtown businesses that are struggling so much? Help me understand that, please.
Excellent question.
I hope so, because I struggle with both of those.
Okay. To your first question. The farmers market at the time was actively seeking this site.
Understand, I'm talking about right now. I understand at the time.
okay.
Right now, and they're already planning on 19, going to have it right where they've had it. Same with Vino and Oats. Why? Because they've had tremendous success at Memorial Park. And you know that the Oktoberfest isn't moving from where they're at. I just don't know. I'm trying to understand. I want to be positive. I want this thing to work. If I'm bringing an event to this town, I don't know why I would go to Woodland Station instead of Memorial Park.
So here, the Rock Gem and Jewelry Show is a great example.
That's a great example. You're right.
Okay, they've been located just off Highway 24 for a very long time. And a piece of property that's sold or selling, it will not be available for them in the future. Where will they go? They bank on visibility and access from Highway 24. 30,000 cars a day, give or take, is the traffic count on that highway, and that exposure is very valuable. Why are so many businesses located right there along that thoroughfare? Because of the value of it. Memorial Park doesn't have that value. It's a beautiful venue. It's a valuable venue. And for those who know of it and know where it's at, it's accessible and a great place. That venue is not placing pedestrian traffic where it has exposure to the businesses downtown in the central business district. The people who park to go to farmers market or Vino and Oats are parking in the business parking lots and walking the other way. As you're probably aware, over the years there have been many, many parking disputes, in part because of those events with the local businesses. Placing that traffic on the other side of the highway has many benefits, including the visibility and access, also relieving some of the parking pressure from the parking lots of the existing business, and positioning the pedestrian traffic where it can see and be exposed to the central business district, and potentially more commerce could result. So, furthermore, I think we could probably all agree we're in a growing economy. Woodland Park is growing. The events continue to grow, and although I completely agree with what you've just said about this venue right next door and those events, for how long will that venue suffice for events that continue to grow? For how long will the Cultural Center suffice for the Oktoberfest if it indeed continues to grow? And those events aside, for how long will this community be limited to those events that it currently supports and not some new ones?
And
that may find this to be an ideal location.
And how long will the businesses on Highway 24 survive without the DDA's help?
Well, and that's an excellent point. So to your second question, why not spend that money on existing businesses? You think it's ludicrous to spend money on the property that we're trying to market?
Some money. If you had a lot of money, then I think you got a great idea. If you could make that something similar to Memorial Park, something like that, grassy, lights, bathrooms, gazebo, you know what I'm saying, that kind of atmosphere. I love it. I love it. Is that one you want to spend your money? And then is long-term the goal for that property not what you're saying, and that's make it more developable, but actually keeping it as open space from now moving forward? Because that's what it sounds like to me. If I'm a developer and I see a couple trees out there and an event going on, that doesn't make me say, wow, that's a great place for my new grocery store.
You ready?
I am.
Okay. I would tell you, it's not just ludicrous, but insanity to continue doing the same things we've done over and over and expect something different to result. As you alluded to, we've spent year after year after year for about 20 years now trying to market this property to absolutely no success whatsoever. Our debt has skyrocketed, and we have failed to achieve the vision that was laid out. So maybe it's time to try something a little bit different than continuing down that same path. Second, why not spend that money helping existing businesses? That's exactly what we're trying to do. That is exactly the aim of this plan. Now, we can try and take money and in some other fashion help those businesses. How? Pressure washing? You told me right here that, no one helps you pressure wash your building. And so we're not helping by paying for the pressure washing the storefronts. We are helping with some flowers. The board has discussed facade improvement grants. And there are some other downtown improvements that we're discussing and trying to achieve. This is a property that's blighted, highly visible, centrally located, easy to improve for a very low cost. It's easy. It doesn't involve any one particular business instead of another. It doesn't target one sector of our economy instead of another. And although perhaps your point is valid that as a developer you see some trees in an event and it doesn't make you think you want the land, I would argue that driving through town and seeing a vibrant community teeming with people makes you more inclined to invest there.
Yeah, I can't disagree. My last thought is this, and we'll let others chime in. To me, what's very apparent to all of us here, Woodland Park is a great place to live. We've got a piece of property here that could be used for a lot more housing opportunities, and I think that is the best thing that we can do to help and support our downtown retailers, in my opinion. Not putting grass and having events there, but if you had real live housing, high density, I don't know what it might look like. You hate to say tiny houses in this day and age, although something like that could make a huge difference for the retailers downtown. And we all know that people want to live here and would like to live here, but the cost associated is pretty difficult. This is where I see DDA making a huge impact in our community. And so what are your thoughts on that?
Well, we've already successfully worked with a developer to add high-density housing in the downtown district. And if you ask the business owners in the central business district what effect it's had on the businesses, they'd be happy to tell you. And I think we should perhaps go through that exercise. High-density housing isn't often, unless you're referring to something that's a very high cost per square foot, isn't typically where you would find those with excess discretionary income that will be spent in the downtown. I'm not sure that use would be of any more value than what's currently required by the city, which prohibits ground floor residential occupancy of this property. So the authority's been working within the confines of the contract that's in place and the goals and objectives that have been laid out and the restrictions that are in place as well, including ground floor residential. I will tell you that I have spoken with a developer about, actually two, about potential use of this area right here and suggested they research this parcel and this one south of the property as a site for multifamily. And so far, the two developers that have looked at it have come back feeling like it may not be viable.
Kelly, I think was next. I'm sorry.
I just want to
Val, you'll be
answer Councilwoman Harvey's inquiry about, I think the reason that the DDA is here this evening is
We asked.
at the request of the City Council to present their current plan. And Jason can help me with the requirements of the statute, I believe, Jason, that the council is to approve any plan for improvement of that land. Correct me, Jason, I'm not remembering
More or
everything.
less, you're right.
But, and so the council, in response to that advice from council, asked for this presentation.
Oh, we did? Okay.
And that we wanted and needed to see that, hear that, and approve that. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Val was next.
That was exactly my point,
Okay.
is Jason can tell us exactly statutorily why we're here.
Well, we know we asked for that. Hillary?
So basically, you're just trying to make this a temporary use on a piece of property that's blighted, and you want to try to generate some commerce for the businesses downtown, and perhaps the people who were interested in 2016 may still be interested in using this land as an event center through the summer or other seasons as well. And we're just here to hear that idea and give a consensus that it's a great idea for a temporary use until perhaps the land can be developed.
Very well said.
And I would ask, just as a matter of consideration, I do not like the word blighted. I don't like any property being insulted as being a blighted property. It's vacant land with a beautiful mountain behind it. And so to call it blighted, I think, is completely out of line. And it's a very valuable piece of property and has the potential to develop nicely in our downtown with a beautiful view behind it. So I would just ask that we be careful in calling people's property blighted,
It used
including
to
the
look a lot
cities.
different.
Thank you.
And if I could briefly add to that, that's
Thank you.
what the statute calls for the DDA to look for, specifically blighted properties for
Okay.
improvement, but duly noted.
Thank you.
Just in the DDA's defense, that's the verbiage of the statute.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
May I say and compliment the DDA on a piece of property when I first laid eyes on it was in worse shape than what it is now. The grass has been planted. I see that, I don't know who did it, if it was Kiewit or whatever, that they sprayed the seed out. And that's all green now, and that should take. The detention pond's been improved. The elevations have been worked on, and grass is growing there. Concrete has been removed. I understand that it was once where they used to make the headstones for the graveyards. Granite has been exposed, which adds some historical aspects to the land. And what has been done so far has made that land look a lot nicer for the community. Kudos on that. And thank you for coming before us and showing us this.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Anybody else? No.
So I was on the DDA when this was presented to us, and we all felt it was a very good plan. And the question goes back to, why was this plan presented? And kind of a small history lesson, we had a developer fall through with a nice complex that was going to have residential up top and businesses below. That fell through, and then the city was deciding to put the aquatic center on there, and that fell through. And at the moment, the DDA was left with nothing. We had all these high hopes for one development, another development, and then that was almost like the rug pulled out from underneath. So we had this land. What are we going to do with this land? Well, we can't develop on it because we were just told that we have to move Fountain Creek. Oh, we also have to put in the infrastructure. So we were looking at anywhere from $2 to $4 million. So how are we going to use this land? Well, right now, why don't we go ahead and, as presented at that time in 2016, why don't we go ahead and grade it, make it look nice, maybe do some events on there, use it to bring people to Woodland Park, to bring people to the Swiss Chalet because they are coming up to Woodland Park, bring people to the other businesses. That's the whole lure of events. So this was another opportunity to bring different events because the land is different. You can bring lumberjack things, you can bring biking, motorcycle events, you can bring so many different events that cannot be in Memorial Park. So we thought, wow, this is great, this is good. Then we had a lawsuit. We also had a temporary use permit of dirt on there, so we couldn't do anything to that land. That land was locked. And so now that that has all been taken care of and behind us, I appreciate Tanner bringing this back up because at the moment we have the ability to do something with this land. And I really, really want to point out to the council members and the community that what the DDA is doing in developing this land is extremely frugal. They are finding people to, like the construction company that's housing their equipment, they're doing the grading for free. I'm going to bring this up, and some people aren't going to like it, but we just spent almost $2 million on a park, and they want to spend $10,000 on a development. So I see nothing wrong with what the DDA is doing. And if they can bring more people up to Woodland Park and bring people to the businesses, am I missing something here? Let them do something to that land. Like Paul said, they are improving it, and they're doing it at such a ridiculously low cost that there's no other argument. You can say, wow, that's great. You guys are you're using the community around you to help to bring trees in. The trees, I mean, normal tree that size would probably be $2,000 or more to move. So what they're doing right now is commendable. And I was a part of this plan, and we massaged it a lot, and you can see all the different formations and all the different ways and all the different types of events that can be here that cannot be at Memorial Park.
Phil?
Val's had his hand
Oh, I'm
up
sorry.
last time.
Yeah, I'm happy to see this come forward to officially to council. I was at that DDA meeting, the first DDA meeting. Believe it or not, I got up for the 7 o'clock meeting then and saw this, and I thought, wow, what a great idea, until it can be developed. I thought it was a great idea to make it better looking, for one thing, in our downtown area. One of the big things for me is business, getting businesses, all the business owners, some of which are sitting on this dais downtown, and I thought this was a great idea back in 2016. And of course, we've had a lot of water under the bridge, but I like the presentation tonight. I think it's got some really good features until we can get a developer who can absorb some of these costs. And we've talked about what those real costs are. They're fluctuating, and they're hard to pin down, as we all know. CDOT being the biggest problem with us. But in the meantime, you don't have to deal with CDOT here necessarily, I think. That would be something that CDOT and the planning people would be interested in addressing, that, because there is traffic and things. And I'm not particularly worried about it, but some people might be, including CDOT. But anyway, for my consensus vote or whatever we're doing here, I would like to see this proceed until such time as we really do have a viable development contract.
And that's really all I wanted to add as well. I think it's a good use of the property for now until you have a viable development, but until such time that the budget is so impacted that the DDA is asking for leniency in the amount of money that they owe to the city, or that money is not being used, or money is being used that they just don't have to spend. I think that goes without saying. And I had one question for Jason. Can the DDA charge rent for this location?
As far as when a special event comes, certainly.
They can? Okay, thank you.
Tanner, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Likewise, thank you.
You bet. Okay, we will move on to agenda item number 3C, and
I'm very sorry. There's one time-sensitive issue that came up today that is on this topic.
Let's do it.
And Nick has a couple of things to say, if you might.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, council, folks in the audience. And the reason that we're bringing this up, I'm Nick Pinnell. I'm sorry. I'm Nick Pinnell. I am with the DDA and on the board. A couple days ago, right after our meeting, I was in contact with a gentleman that is going to become a consignor of mine. But he also has, we talked about stagecoaches and things like that. He came up with a steel stagecoach that he's got, and I've got the pictures there of that. Basically, in our conversation, it was something that is for sale, you know, on another location, but he sent me pictures. I showed those to other members. It's something that would go with the theme at Woodland Station. I think it's a really good idea. The cost on it is $10,500. But in talking with this person, I would waive, you know, if I were to sell it off the street where my other wagons are, I would be getting a commission for it. I would waive my commission for the sale of this. He said in that case he would drop it down to $8,000. In talking with the Mountain Arts Coalition, they've offered to give us $1,000 towards that. The advantage to this is the fact that the stagecoach is in Colorado. There'd be no shipping fees because I'd be picking it up with my vehicle. I do all the work and place it. You may end up getting receipts for gas for the DDA, from the DDA, but other than that, very minimal cost on this. This particular item, I would say, would sell in upwards of the $10.5 to $12,000. And we have an opportunity to pick it up for $7,000. The reason I'm bringing it to you tonight is the fact that it came up after our meeting. And it's also a time-sensitive thing to where this is for sale. And he does have other possible people wanting to buy it. But he's also willing to work with us, too. I have done some research. I looked for a box car, found a caboose, very nice caboose in Iowa. The cost on that was relatively low, too. It was only $8,000. But the bill for shipping it was over $12,000. So I think something in Colorado that I can do and get at no cost to the board or to the citizens is a great opportunity. This is also movable. We can place it in an area, and if things change and we want to, you know, move it to another location on the property, we can. It does roll.
Nick, I appreciate it. This is a discussion for DDA.
I understand that.
It's a discussion for DDA. I appreciate it.
We have discussed it.
Would you do me a favor when you leave? Would you take that with you, the concept plan?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there's Tanner. I thought he was... Thank you very much, Nick. Okay, we need to move on. Agenda item 3C, and John Camper.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is John Camper. I'm currently serving as director of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, but I'm actually here tonight as president of the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, and I'm honored to be here. My purpose tonight, excuse me, is to present Chief Miles DeYoung with a plaque from the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, and could I perhaps have Chief DeYoung join me? This plaque certifies that Chief DeYoung has earned the CACP Law Enforcement Executive Certification designation. This isn't easy to get. Chief DeYoung earned this prestigious designation through the completion of a variety of rigorous milestones. They include 5 sections to earning this distinction. They include formal academic achievement, years of law enforcement experience, years of experience as a chief of a law enforcement agency, continuing education, and organizational service as a member of a board of a law enforcement association. We've got a 900-point setup in which Chief DeYoung had to accumulate a total of 900 points in those 5 different sections, as well as having the highest moral and ethical standards in our profession. We do contact professional references. Chief DeYoung is actually one of only a select group of fewer than 55 individuals in the state of Colorado who have earned this certification from CACP. You can be very proud of Chief DeYoung as he is committed to providing quality law enforcement services to your community. On a personal note, I must tell you that, excuse me, in my experience, chiefs that are willing to take the time to obtain this certification have a demonstrated commitment to the high standards of our profession. They expect excellence from their staff, but they also expect excellence from themselves. And I think that translates to a superior level of service to you and the citizens of Woodland Park. On an even more personal note, I must tell you that I found Chief DeYoung to be one of the most professional, ethical, and capable police chiefs that I've had the privilege of working with. He's a respected leader in Colorado law enforcement, and I think the city of Woodland Park is fortunate to have him as your chief, and I consider myself fortunate to have him as my friend and colleague. So on behalf of the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, it is my pleasure to present Chief DeYoung with this Law Enforcement Executive Certification plaque, and it says, presented to Chief Miles DeYoung in recognition of your demonstrated professionalism, executive growth, and leadership excellence, Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, 2019.
Excellent.
Sure.
There you go. Speech.
Oh, sure.
I really don't have anything after that. Thank you for your kind words, Director Camper. Thank you for everybody's support, and looking forward to maintaining those high standards. So, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Camper, thank you very, very much. And we echo your statements, and we know how fortunate we are to have Chief DeYoung, and so we thank you for being here tonight, taking the time, and hopefully we'll get to see you again with the same kind of presentation to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 2D, and Mike Farina.
This is my favorite part.
This is your favorite part.
You're so weird.
Good evening,
I'm
Mayor and
so
Council. Here tonight to present the 2018 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which includes the auditor's report. Just pleased to say that we received an unqualified, which is a clean or good opinion, on the financial statements. Our auditor, Hinkle and Company, represented by Jim Hinkle, is here to discuss the audit. Just a few things I'd like to point out before he comes up are that inside this CAFR, which is our entire financial picture, where we stand and the activities during 2018, the highlights, all funds were within budget, revenues performed well, and particularly in the general fund, the unrestricted, unassigned fund balance reached 17.4%. At the end of 2017, I believe we're at around 6%. So it was a significant increase, primarily due to revenues doing very well in 2018, and then also expenditures coming in under budget. So that's very good news. We're at the policy amount as of the end of 2018. You know, we planned 2019 to also be at the 17. It's currently projected, and you'll see that in the presentation for the supplemental at 17 as well, because we were able to accomplish some priorities in 2019's budget. So good news. All funds are healthy. They're all positive fund balances. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hinkle. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jim Hinkle with Hinkle & Company CPAs, and thank you for carving a little bit of time out for me. I will talk a little bit more about the audit process as opposed to the numbers in the financial statements. The first thing we would typically do is evaluate the internal controls of the city and identify the major control structures that are in place. We then test those control structures for the various processes, cash disbursements, cash receipts, payroll. Using sampling techniques, we select a random sample of each of those, and then we'll actually walk transactions through to verify that the control features within the internal control structure is operating as designed, and that we are able to rely upon those control features in the audit process. Through that process, we are then able to identify whether there are any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls. Those are terms of art in our industry. A significant deficiency is a design flaw in the internal control structure that would allow an error to go undetected in the accounting department and the financial statements. And material weakness is an error that would occur that would be material to the financial statements. We did not notice any or note any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the design and the operations of the internal controls. Once that's complete, then we go into auditing the financial statements, and we use substantive testing, which is primarily tested details as well as analytic review of account balances, primarily focused on the balance sheets of the various funds, looking at verifying the cash that exists at the bank, the reconciliations, verifying accounts receivables, accounts payables, fixed asset additions, deletions, same thing with the notes payable additions and deletions. And then we'll look at verifying and tying out revenue to various source documents using analytic review procedures, as well as disbursements and expenditures of the organization. And all in all, that puts together is our audit plan, and we are able to verify the financial statements as presented and include our opinion, which is an unmodified report, as Mike said, which is often referred to as a clean opinion. It means that the financial statements are presented in accordance with general accepted accounting principles. Along with that, we have a letter. Okay, we issue a letter. We are required by our standards to issue a written communication if anything exists that we're required to communicate in writing. Alternatively, if there isn't anything to communicate, then we have to communicate in writing that we have nothing to communicate. And effectively, that's what this letter is doing. It basically states that in writing that we did not have any disagreements with management, we did not have any difficulties encountered in the audit process, we did not consult other accountants with respect to the city's accounting procedures or reporting, and that we did not have any other issues within the audit. On the last page, page 3, we did note 2 items. These are consistent with the previous year. The first one is that at the current level of staffing, and this is written for the fiscal year of 2018, it is difficult to have a segregation of duties and having compensating controls. I know that, talking with Mike, that the accounting department has hired an accountant since then, which will help. We'd like to communicate to a lot of cities and towns that have limited resources in the accounting department that you always are battling this ongoing effort of having adequate internal controls and segregation of duties. And when we have limited resources and we have limited personnel, Sometimes there's things that are involved to help that process out. So without changing any procedures, when you do, we need to think about those internal controls. Right now, there are not any weaknesses. We just like to highlight. The second item that we have is the information technology, that we have brought in-house certain information technology functions, and that we've identified some weaknesses in the backup and recovery processes. We had an issue subsequent to year-end with the finance accounting. That same issue could happen with any of the city's computer processes. So we have an outside consulting firm that comes in and does an analysis of the computer controls for us as an audit process and as part of our audit fee. And we've provided that letter, or if we have it, we will, to the accounting department. But just be aware that that failure and the backup problems that existed in the finance department could occur in any of the computer technology systems that the city uses, and that is a concern that we have, and I'd like to pass that along. I know that there's going to be a new finance director soon, and once that happens and they're starting, we'd be happy to discuss with them some of those issues and the computer concerns that we have. But as far as the accounting department and the CAFR and financial statements, the audit was compacted because of getting the backup going and the accounting closed a little bit later than we normally would have liked. Put the accounting department a little bit behind, but all in all, it went well, and we were able to have complete access to whatever we asked for. The staff and Mike was able to get it for us. Nothing was kept from us. And we appreciate all the help that the staff and Mike gave us in completing the audit. So.
Thank you, Mr. Hinkle. Council, questions? No.
It's a question for Mike, actually. And you know what I'm going to ask, right?
Yeah, I might.
You might. You have an idea. Is there a full report that council can get about these two concerns? Is there a breakdown?
On the first one, regarding segregation of duties and the size of the department, that is an ongoing for small city with limited staff. But what we do have are compensating controls that mediate or remediate those issues. So, if we had more staff, we could have more or greater or tighter internal controls. However, we do have procedures in place that mitigate those sorts of issues. On the backup issue, you were all aware of that. That's one of the reasons why this audit was delayed in the first place. We were down for like 3 days. At first, we were concerned that, the server went down and we lost data. There was possibly a possibility that it was corrupted, and we didn't have backups in place that could bring us back to where we were at the point it went down. We were potentially going to lose data all the way back to August. However, it did get recovered, thankfully, and we only lost the days that the software was down, and we had to just implement or enter 3 days worth of data that had not been entered. We didn't lose any data that was already entered. We just had to catch up on the days that it was down. But, as you know, we do have an IT system specialist, and he is making great strides in our technology as well as the customer service, and it's just a matter of resources and getting things in place. Bringing on new servers or equipment that keeps up with the data and all the systems that we have.
Third party that our data was stored on crashed?
Yes.
And are there future plans?
Jeremy is working on an implementation plan with the city manager and then the budget resources available. But they can certainly talk about that more in future discussions. As far as the report, I believe that there is a report that was issued by the consultant that the auditors had that reviewed our technology with Jeremy this year and as well as last year. So I believe we could also provide that.
Thank you, Mike.
Paul?
Thank you. Was there a financial repercussion to us due to people having to have to work overtime, recover information, et cetera, due to this third party, and we have the ability to recover that from that company?
There might have been minimal costs as far as overtime. Our IT person is exempt, so there was no overtime in his case, and he's probably the one that spent the most time on the recovery, along with the third-party provider. So we got billed by ADG because they also helped us recover the data. That was minimal.
I like the word minimal.
It was
I'd like to know
$400.
what minimal means.
It was $400.
Yeah, I would think it's much more than that.
Kelly?
I would just like to comment on Mike's explanation of the segregation of duties. That's always been an issue in the finance department. It was always cited in the management letter every year when I was on staff, and it's simply inherent in the size of our department. But as Mike said, we do other compensating adjustments in responsibilities to address those shortcomings of being able to assign and segregate duties, and it works quite well. Never really had any issues, so I'm sure it's the same. And with our accountant on staff and a finance director, it'll make a huge difference in how that is managed going forward.
If I could add, one of the reasons we put that in the letter every year is that council members change over time. And 5 years from now, we may have all new council members. And as we're finding out, staff sometimes changes as well. And so we like to communicate that regularly so that it stays top of mind. I was at another town council meeting 2 nights ago, and one of the compensating controls was a council member would sign checks because they have a smaller department. And what we don't want is somebody to say, well, I don't want to do that any longer because it's a pain, and just let the accounting department do that and eliminate a control that they don't realize they're eliminating. So, case in point, we're communicating this not because we find a problem, but because we want to keep it on top of mind as we have new members come on board on the council and old members leave. And that way, everybody every year is keeping that in mind. So that's mainly the reason why we communicate this each year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, I just want to say congratulations on a good audit. It's a good going away present. So, congratulations.
Thank you. And just so you know, this will be posted on the city's website. You also received an email with the electronic version of it, and it will be placed on the website. There's one page we got to correct, but it's a number thing. The correct number is not in there. The number that was audited is correct, and the page needs to be replaced. So,
good job, Mike.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
very much. Just one thing I think is important for everybody that's here and everyone that's listening at home. 3 years ago, and these guys alluded to it, our unassigned unrestricted fund balance fell to something close to 6%. The beauty of this council for me is that we've got 7 people clearly that have different views on things and different thoughts, and that's what makes us great. And Kelly Case, who obviously was finance director for a long time, but in her run for being on council, and everything that she's pointed to for the last couple of years was to indicate to all of us and to educate all of us that unassigned unrestricted fund balance needs to be considerably increased. So we got to that 17% mostly because of the leadership of Kelly, although all of us for the most part agreed. Some want to even increase it further as we move forward. But from having less than $500,000 in the bank to now having over $1.3 million in the bank, I'm sure it will make all of you feel better in case of any tragedies, anything that might confront us. We're in a much better situation than we were in years past. So I want to thank Kelly and the entire council for leading that charge. I think it makes us all a lot more comfortable. So thank you very, very much. Okay, we will move on. Additions, deletions, or corrections tonight? I don't believe we have any, and we'll move on to the consent calendar, and Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor Levy. This evening on tonight's consent calendar, we have 2 items, one being the minutes of the May 2nd, 2019 council meeting, and then the second item being the April 2019 statement of expenditures.
Council questions? There are none. We will look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar as presented, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And a second from Mayor Pro Tem Carr. Suzanne?
Did I hear someone want to say, did someone want to say something?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I heard Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor? Oh.
I said it
Okay.
in my motion.
Thank you. Carr?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Sonier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Move on to public comment on items not on the agenda. And it looks like we just have one, and that's Colt Simmons that has signed up. And sit tight if anyone has anything else to say after Mr. Simmons, if you don't happen to be signed in.
Good evening, Colt Simmons, County Assessor.
Mr. Simmons, I'm just going to encourage you to make this fast.
I'd like to be brief and on time, but there's the first slide I'd like to show. Chrissy, can you go to that other slide first?
Ben's right there for you.
Oh, there we go. That's the dude. Here we go.
There you go.
Yes, I intend to be expeditious, and thank you. Just in our continuing mission to be transparent and educational in our office, our 7th Teller County Assessor Listeners meeting between last month and this month, our 7th and, well, last for this month will be on Thursday, May 23rd over at the library. And I know you all frequent the library. I would ask you and your constituents to come on over on that Thursday, May 23rd, and listen to our story on the slides. And we'll show one slide tonight based on a request from Mr. Schuckfer to show to you. But May 23rd, 5 p.m. Chrissy had asked me to discuss a little bit on our reassessment, which is there, and the protocols. I think many of you are familiar with that. And right now, y'all who own property have received a notice of value on your residential properties, your commercial, your vacant land, and on your card that you've received this month, there are a number of levels of appeal, which we show right here on the slide, and I'm not sure you might have a paper copy, but we can print that out. But more importantly, on the 23rd of May, we'll go through this. We have about a 2-hour presentation on the 23rd, another presentation for folks to come visit. And to be brief, people can appeal to us, and then if they're dissatisfied with their appeal to our assessment office, they can go to the county commissioners and the County Board of Equalization this summer or fall. If they're dissatisfied with that answer, or if they're satisfied they can live with it, or if they're dissatisfied, they can go to the state's Board of Appeal or the district court, and then eventually, if the case is really serious, all the way up to the Supreme Court. Our office is here to assist. We're 100% transparent. We're here to help, clarify residential values along the front range of average 25% from Fort Collins all the way down to Pebble. In this reporting period, we're at 32%. People have been buying a lot of properties in this county in the past and will continue to do so. It's a great market to be a real estate agent, as some folks here might know. But we're here to assist. We're here to clarify, educate, do whatever we can. And that's what we work for you. Our office works 100% for you and your constituents. So to be brief, that's why I'm here, just to let you know. I have my phone number. Can I answer any quick questions right now?
Council? I got a real quick one for you.
Yes, sir.
32% was the average the mayor's property was reassessed at 65% increase.
Mayor's property.
The
72.
residence that he lives in. And next
72%.
door, where he owns a business, that commercial property had an increase of 2%. So you're going to be hearing from me. That's very, very confusing to me.
Well, let's discuss it.
Well, not now, because this isn't the time or the place.
I mean, at the office or come by.
Well, I will. You'll be seeing a lot of people, I'm sure.
We're up to about 600 appeals as of today. We expect about 2,500 this month, which is cool. We don't want to be high on values. We don't want to be low on values. We want to be correct on values. Help us help you. We're here to correct data if we're off. The pictures, the rooms, the developments. Help us help you. I do not want to be low. I don't want to be high. Our office, we want to be correct. Very correct. And our data, if you come to our May 23rd, another plug, you'll see our analytics. We have been validating our analytics against 3 to 4 different sources outside this area. State, real estate, the state of Colorado. Okay? From what we're seeing, we're about 99% on target. Help us get to that other 1%, you and your constituents. We serve you.
And we appreciate you for your transparency and for your hard work,
Yes, sir.
and for these kinds of conversations. And so thank you very, very much. And I know it's tough. No one knows. I mean, we all know how tough it is. You knew it was going to be tough coming in, especially this valuation period. But thanks for your time, and thanks for all your hard work. And you're going to get to see a lot of us.
Well, thank you. I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Take care. I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
was going to say, you're going to need a bigger boat.
Again?
I don't think the library is big enough to hold as many people that are going to show up that night.
Well, we've had several meetings, and I think total so far we've had maybe 40 people. But the library, and you know what? We'll hold more meetings. We're here to serve. We will do what it takes. 100%.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, I'm enjoying this. And by the way, thanks for all you do, and then a lot of thanks to my staff. And just on a personal note, last week, 2 weeks ago, we were offered a tour of NORAD Northcom by Ms. Harvey. A personal thanks to you for setting up that tour and making it happen for those of us in the community.
No, thanks for attending. That included the sheriff and many members of his department. That was a good visit.
You bet. Thank you again.
Awesome tour.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Cole. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Anyone else that's not signed up that would like to speak on public comment that are on items not on the agenda? Okay, if not, we'll move forward. No unfinished businesses and no ordinances on initial posting. So we will move to public hearings, and we will start by reading this. Council members use electronic devices to access the materials relevant to the public hearing before us. Be assured that it is the common practice of this city council that these devices are not being used for texting, emailing, or other communications during the public hearings. And that said, we move on to agenda item 8A. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself. So.
Okay, you certainly have that right.
Thanks.
Somebody going to take Hillary away, put her in a closet somewhere?
Good luck with
Okay.
that. Thank you.
Let us know where you're at, because we're going to come get you soon. Agenda item 8A, and thanks very much, Laura.
Thank you, Mayor Levy. This is an application for a conditional use permit for Section 1809090F6, which is truck and trailer rental use. It is an application by Pete Labar from High Country Real Estate Holdings, LLC. And Pete Labar is here tonight. He is the landowner. He also has his project manager here, Gary Lukey. And the area field manager for U-Haul is here tonight too, John Smith. And I anticipate that they will be coming up and doing a presentation as well. So all of this relates to Lot 1, Aspen Acres, with an address of 18251 East Highway 24. Tonight is the City Council public hearing on May 16, 2019. There have been 2 public hearings before that by the Planning Commission. The first one on April 25th, 2019, when they continued that public hearing so that they could have a more complete parking plan submitted. The applicant did comply and submitted a more detailed parking plan, which then the Planning Commission reviewed on May 7th, 2019, and on May 7th, they did make a recommendation of approval subject to conditions, which I'll go through. Also, the first reading on the ordinance 1345 was presented to City Council on May 2nd and did get approved on first reading. There have been changes to that, and I will go through those changes as well. So this is a map showing the general vicinity of the site. It is in the southeast quadrant of the city. You can see right down here, just east of Highway 24 as you're entering the city. This is an aerial photo showing some of the surrounding uses. So the site in question is highlighted in a green line here. And what this shows is Highway 24 immediately to the west. To the north, and bounded by this yellow boundary, is the boundary for the city of Woodland Park in Teller County. So to the north is the Peak View Park and Campground, which is in Teller County. And then here to the east is the boundary for Teller County, and these are single-family residences in Teller County. So again, the property owner and the subject site is this one highlighted in green. The property owner also owns the Peak View Park and Campground here to the north in Teller County. He also owns that part of Lot 2 immediately to the east of this particular site. However, the conditional use permit is contained and constrained within Lot 1, which is what you see in green highlighted here. So here is Trull Road as it intersects with Highway 24, and as you go up Trull Road, you end up in Teller County, but you pass by a few single-family residential lots that are developed with houses on them. And then here is Elk Grove Lane with a multifamily high-density townhome development within the city. And then here is Cirrus Court, which is a significantly steep driveway and beautiful properties overlooking looking toward Pikes Peak. Immediately south of the subject site is the Swiss Chalet restaurant and the mayor's residence. And then immediately across the highway to the west is the Woodland Park pump station, this little building right here. And this is the future site for the Woodland Park storage facility that has yet to submit for an application. So this gives you a little bit of an idea of some of the vegetation that exists surrounding this area and some of the access to and from the particular site. This is a photo from the Teller County Assessor's webpage, and it's fairly old. It has been repainted since then, but the configuration of the front facade and the building hasn't changed all that much. This is a Google Earth image, and it shows a close-up of the site in question. You can see that this site here to the north is the campground and the RV park owned by this applicant, also within Teller County. So this site itself is, this is an old photo. This is a 2017 photo. So it doesn't show fencing that was installed by the property owner that pretty much encapsulates part of Lot 1 and most of Lot 2. However, as I said before, the conditional use permit and the truck and trailer rental use is only going to be contained on Lot 1, and the area for this, and I'll have a site plan on the next slide, but the area will be here to the north of the building, again, fully contained on the site, and that's where the trucks and trailers will be parked. The north half of the building will be used for the business operation of the truck and trailer rental use. There will be a small office there. They will have retail of boxes and shipping supplies and moving supplies and those types of items. What this slide really shows you is the existing configuration of the parking, which is almost identical with what the property owner is going to upgrade the parking surface to show. So he's showing the existing parking layout for the retail uses of both tenants in this building, with parking stalls along the front, 3 parking stalls along here, along this edge of the property. Here's the access coming off of Trawl Road, and there's another access and exit at the north end of the property here, accessing the highway. This slide also shows an XL decel lane coming in off the highway, also coming in off Trawl Road, and it shows you the decel lane coming off of Highway 24 into Trawl Road. So this property is highly accessible. This is a site plan that was attached to the packet that was sent out. What it shows is, in red is the property boundary for Lot 1. And then in this yellow circle is the area that he will be parking his trucks, trailers, and the vehicles for rental use. Also shows the layout of the parking lot. Again, it will follow the existing striping that we saw in the previous slide, but it will be upgraded, and the applicant will be providing, as conditioned, striping that will delineate accessible parking, van accessible parking, which this plan does not currently show. And it also shows the different parking stalls for the truck and trailer rental use. This plan also shows the boundary with the CDOT right-of-way, so you can see that there's a pedestrian access all along the CDOT right-of-way, a sidewalk that goes all the way up to the city and into the city. The green is the landscaped areas and or the xeriscaping that's provided by the applicant. There are 2 significant trees currently existing on the site that the city hopes the applicant will retain. And in what it shows also is the footprint of this proposed building. There are 2 tenants. The proposed tenant is going in the northern half, the U-Haul tenant, and then the southern half is Great Outdoors Colorado, which I don't see here tonight. At any rate, they are currently leasing the building, and they rent recreational vehicles, and you may have seen many of those out there. This is a layout of the floor plan. Again, this darker blue will be the U-Haul site, rental space, and this is the Great Outdoors Colorado. The hatched line is the 25-foot setback for which the truck and trailer use area has to be from the front property line, and the applicant meets that requirement. And the blue line, finally, is the fenced area that was installed approximately 2 years ago. And you can see part of the fenced area is within Lot 1, but the majority of the fenced area is that part of Lot 2. And again, this conditional use permit and the truck and trailer use is only applicable to Lot 1. This is a zoning map showing the star indicates the site that we're talking about, which is community commercial. You can see community commercial to the south and along Highway 24. You can also see the multifamily MFS, the condos, immediately to the east, and that is that mustard color zone district that you see here. So that is multifamily. And then this light pale yellow is the suburban residential. And again, this dark black line is the Teller County enclave that exists here. Immediately across the highway to the west is the Saddle Club site, which is also service commercial. That's the zone district on that site. So I'd like to go through some pictures just to give you an idea of what the site looks like right now. This is from Trawl Road looking into the southern access to the site. This is the rental space that Great Outdoors Colorado is currently using, and they use this big concrete platform for some of the vehicle displays that they have for their recreational vehicles. Here you can see the fence that exists along the back of the property, and that's my car right there parked right in front. So as you walk down Trawl Road, you can see this is the access to the parking lot from Trawl Road. You can see that there's some degradation here and that it is in need of maintenance, and that is one of the conditions of this approval within the ordinance. So the applicant will be required to upgrade the parking lot, fix the potholes, fix the surface, restripe it, put the proper ADA accessible spaces in there. So this type of thing will disappear. So this is looking towards the building, looking at the surface of the existing parking lot, and this is looking down the pedestrian trail along the CDOT right-of-way, and the edge of the parcel in question is pretty much the edge of that little green space right here before it starts to slope down. This is walking down the pedestrian path along Highway 24 to the northernmost access where this site and this parking lot connects once again with Highway 24. So you can see that there is quite enough sufficient parking. There's adequate access to and from the site and for the truck and trailer rental use. This is looking towards the area that will be used for the truck and trailer rental use, and where approximately 10 spaces are shown on the site plan for that use. And the applicant has done some grading to remove some of this sloughing that exists here. He has cut into this slope a little bit and removed it. It's anticipated that if he uses that for the truck and trailer rental use and actually parks vehicles, he will need to put an asphalt surface or a hard surface on that if he does intend to use it. This is the truck and trailer rental use area, and this is looking from the east end of that aisle where they'll be coming in and out of, going out then to Highway 24. And this is the back of the building. And this is the corner where it intersects with the highway again for this parking lot. So this also gives you a good view of some of the cut bank that exists on this site. And this is the area that the applicant has agreed to clean up based on the remnants of the previous tenant, and it also shows you some of the cut bank and some of the sloughing and the tree that exists that we'd hope that he would save.
Laura, is that Lot 1 or Lot 2?
This is Lot 1 that we're looking at here. And this area here is currently just very poorly deteriorated asphalt and or dirt. And the applicant is proposing to put gravel on it temporarily. If he proposes to use this for any truck and trailer rental use or even access to the truck and trailer rental use, he will have to pave it. He will have to put an asphalt surface on that. So staff did a complete review and analysis of this conditional use permit application. We did send it to the Utilities Department, Public Works, to our Building Department, to the Northeast Teller County Fire Protection District, IRA, Black Hills, TDS, and CenturyLink, and we received no written comments. We sent out adjacent property owner notices to everyone within 150 feet. We have on-site posters, and it has been published in the Courier. And again, I just wanted to reiterate that the existing zone currently is community commercial, and a truck and trailer rental use is a conditional use permit in the CC zone. Conditional use permit has 11 criteria that we assess as part of an application. I'm very briefly going to touch on these. There is a complete detailed analysis in the staff report. So the first thing is need. This is an optimal site for this type of use because of its proximity to the highway, to the transportation corridor with all of the vehicles coming to and from, and for a truck and trailer rental use. It would be easily accessed from the highway, and also it's not such an intensive use that it would require any upgrades to the highway or any upgrades to the adjacent trail road. There is no impact to the public health and welfare should this use be approved. Property values would likely increase if this vacant half of the building is to be occupied, and if the applicant does actually complete his proposals to upgrade the parking lot. We believe that the truck and trailer rental use would harmonize with the surrounding existing businesses and the surrounding residential uses as well, and that there would be no harm. We believe that the applicant and the proposed use comply with all the city plans. It would be enhancing the economic vitality of the city of Woodland Park by providing a needed use and service to the city. It would also enhance employment. There are 2 to 3 job opportunities that might be available with this particular use. Staff does believe it complies with all city regulations, particularly if the conditions related to the upgrade of the parking structure are complied with. There would be no additional traffic impact. It would be the traffic report stated that the traffic impacts are pretty much the same as would be for any other similar retail use and past retail uses. And there are no upgrades proposed to Trail Road or to the highway necessary. Drainage, again, the parking surface is required to drain appropriately. He's not proposing substantial improvements to the existing parking lot, but for any new improvements, any new parking areas or expansions, he would need to submit a zoning development permit for that parking infrastructure, and it would have to be appropriately drained with a drainage letter. That would provide the evidence for that. Water, sewer, and wastewater is adequately serviced at this site. There are existing services, and the applicant would be using them. There are no hazards apart from the existing cut bank, and the cut bank is far enough away from the truck and trailer rental use that staff does not believe there is an issue. However, we did insert a condition that the applicant monitor this cut bank to ensure that there are no on or off-site impacts, and that if there are any impacts, that they are adequately mitigated. There are architectural design guidelines. There were none. The applicant's not proposing to upgrade the building in any way. He will be attaching lights to the exterior. He has shown a specification that was attached to your staff report. The lights will be downcast and shielded and will be attached to the walls surrounding the building to provide some security to the building itself. So staff does believe that it complies with all the standards as stated in the municipal code, and does recommend that City Council, based on the findings contained in the staff report and as presented at public hearings, approve the City of Woodland Park Ordinance Number 1345, Series 2019, which is an ordinance granting a conditional use permit for 1809090F6 truck and trailer rental use at 1925 East Highway 24, Lot 1, Aspen Acres, with the following CUP conditions. And these are the conditions that are reflected in the amended Ordinance 1345. With the staff report, there was an ordinance that showed you the differences between what was approved in first reading and how it changed to what is now before you in second reading and approval. So that kind of outlined what was being struck, what was being changed, and what was being added. And a lot of those changes emanated from the Planning Commission public hearing, where they actually had a chance to look at the detailed submittal of the parking plan, and these changes are what came out. And most of the changes relate to improving the parking structure. So I'm going to go through these CUP conditions, if that's all right.
Please.
So condition number 1, improvements. The property owner shall install all of the following improvements within the specified time frame as follows. A, lighting prior to opening the U-Haul business. All proposed wall lights shall be installed and shall be fully shielded, downcast, and shall not exceed 3,000 Kelvin in temperature. 1B, existing parking lot area. Prior to December 31st, 2019, 1, repair the existing asphalt surface, including repair of broken edges, potholes, etc. Number 2, restripe all parking spaces. Number 3, add handicap parking signage, an 8-foot wide van accessible aisle adjacent, and ramp to the building. And 4, spaces 1 and 2 are not viable parking spaces and shall not be striped and are not counted as the total required parking spaces for these uses. C, the new parking lot area. Prior to using the new parking area, the applicant shall receive Planning Department approval of a zoning development permit for the new parking lot area, which CDP shall include the full design and specs of the parking subsurface, the surface, the curb and gutter, etc., and shall include a drainage letter by a qualified professional addressing the drainage for the new area and how it ties into the existing lot drainage and the surrounding drainage system. Condition number 2, erosion. The property owner shall monitor erosion from the cut bank on the north side of the property and shall address and be responsible for any bank instability or degradation that may arise due to sloughing or other forms of erosion. Erosion from this cut bank or any other area of Lot 1 shall not impact adjacent properties or rights of ways. Any impact shall be corrected or mitigated by the property owner. Number 3, existing on-site trees to remain if possible. If removed, each tree, and there are only 2 major trees on site, each tree shall be replaced with 2 trees meeting the city standards and located anywhere on the lot. And finally, number 4, the applicant shall install no overnight parking signs within the parking lot. And finally, I'd just like to comment on the Planning Commission. They had recommended that staff install no parking signs from the southeast corner of Lot 1 to the corner of the intersection of Trull Road and Highway 24. Staff does not object to that, and it would be a simple process to put one parking sign that says no parking beyond this point along Trull Road. So that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is here, and maybe we should listen to him before we go into questions.
Let's do that. Pete and Mr. Lukey, we haven't seen in a while. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Pete LaBar, 615 County Road 281, Teller County, Colorado. I'd like to introduce our Chief Operating Officer, Gary Lukey, and he'll be doing the presentation. I'll stay up here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gary Lukey, 429 Fairfield Lane, Woodland Park. And Mayor, good to see you, and council members, thank you. And I just want to say thank you to Sally and Laura for their help throughout the process. This is my first time presenting some things, and they helped greatly and covered for me on some things. So as Pete mentioned, I am the Chief Operating Officer for Pete and his different companies that he has going on. And so we are here to present the U-Haul proposal at 19251 East Highway 24. And I guess I'd just like to talk a little bit about U-Haul and what we're going to be doing. We plan on having equipment there. The U-Haul trucks, they come in size as large as 26 foot. The box, along with the vans, and then also trailer rentals. I just wanted to clarify too, some of you might be wondering, having 26-foot trucks out there. The 26-foot trucks are very much in demand, and they do not typically stay on the property long at all. Again, they're in demand, and there's really not enough of them. We tried getting one up here for several weeks, and we've been told that there are none available. So I just wanted to reiterate that. The trailer sizes, the maximum size is 12 foot that we plan on having there. In addition to renting equipment at that facility, we're going to also be selling retail products, i.e. Moving boxes, paper products, basically the supplies that are what we would typically think of in need when we move, from bubble wrap to tape to whatever is in that particular category. We believe this is a great type of service to offer the community. A little bit about U-Haul. U-Haul has over 20,000 locations in the United States and in Canada. They are very well known. They are also considered the most affordable in the industry. We've met with the U-Haul area manager multiple times. They're excited about this, and they believe it's going to be a great location and a great service to the community. So I'd really like to introduce John Smith. He's the area manager for U-Haul. Stand up, John, so everybody could see you. So he's here to show his support. And again, we just believe, and he believes, that this is going to be a really good business to have here. Why do we need a U-Haul location here? First of all, it's very evident. Woodland Park and Teller County are growing. The population is increasing. I think that's very evident. That could also be evidenced by the Trail Ridge Apartments going up, the new apartment complex on Highway 67. People seem to be constantly moving in and out of the community. The Bible College has also helped in this particular area. People are looking to rent this type of equipment, to purchase the types of supplies that we're going to be offering. And right now, they are having to go outside of the community to find these types of trucks and moving equipment and moving supplies. Matter of fact, I just heard here recently, within the last couple of days, someone's going down to Colorado Springs just to buy a particular type of moving boxes. Someone else went down to rent a vehicle. It wasn't offered in any of the neighboring U-Haul locations either. They had to go down all the way to the Colorado Springs. So we believe this will fulfill a much needed service to Woodland Park and keep them within the community. I did a little bit of research, and the data shows that homeowners will move every 5 to 7 years. So people are not staying in their places for 30 or 40 years. It is very transient. That is just the average. Renters will move every 2 to 3 years, and that's if they're renting a home. If they're renting an apartment, they're even moving less than that. So clearly we believe that the need is there. Again, it will provide a much needed service and product here in our community. As Laura mentioned, we do plan on hiring several employees, so we believe that'll contribute to the community. It will also offer increased sales tax revenue. It fills a vacant space that is currently there. So I want to talk a little bit about the impact of the value of any neighboring properties, businesses. First of all, it's been a restaurant, it's been a retail candy shop, it's been a wood carving store, and currently there's an outdoor recreational rental company. So we believe it fits within the industry, within the service. We just believe it's a good opportunity for that location. We did obtain a real estate broker's professional opinion and indicated that this business would not have an impact to the surrounding real estate values. Again, it seems to be a good fit next to the adjacent recreational rental business. Another thing, no changes are really needed to the building. None are really necessary. It already has the proper infrastructure, already has the proper services and utilities, so there shouldn't be any major disruption. We believe the property is well designed for this type of business. First of all, as already mentioned by Laura, we plan to park the equipment on the north side in between between the building and the hillside. And so we believe where that is placed, it's going to help conceal some of the equipment, so it's just not sticking straight out and alongside the road. We believe that that's a good location, and again, I think it will help block some of that equipment by putting it there. If any of you have driven by that particular area, you'll notice the previous tenant that was there did leave some equipment and some supplies, for the lack of a better word, in that location. And that area will all be cleared up by the time we are able to move in, should this be approved. So I just wanted to confirm that. We did obtain the services of LSC Transportation Consultants just to have an idea of the traffic impact, to get a professional opinion. And basically what they said is that the traffic generation of a U-Haul site would be approximately 35 vehicles. Trips per day. I believe that is particularly low, especially when you consider that as a percentage in that particular area. I looked up on CDOT, and the nearest traffic station shows about 25,000 vehicles per day travel around that particular area. So we believe that the traffic impact of that store is extremely minimal considering that particular area. So just to summarize, I think Laura did a great job presenting and giving a lot of the information and facts about this particular business. But just to summarize real quick, we do plan on hiring 2 employees. We'll see how the business goes. There might be opportunity for more. We plan on offering products, services that currently do not exist here in Woodland Park. U-Haul, again, is here to show their support. They believe it's a great location to do that. It will be successful. We'll help provide equipment to the local community. We're going to be using a facility that already exists. It seems to be just the right location near Highway 24. It has the proper infrastructure, services, and utilities. The facility and grounds seem to be well suited for this type of business. And just on a final note, we have agreed, reviewed the staff recommendations, and we do agree and plan on meeting the conditions as noted. This concludes my part of the presentation.
Gary, thanks very much. Well done. Council, questions? Noel?
I guess I'll start the show. Mr. Labar, you're always thinking ahead. It's nice to see a U-Haul facility going across the street from a storage facility, so I can see how you're thinking ahead on that. I do have two concerns, and hopefully you can address them for me. Who's going to do the maintenance on the vehicles, if that's going to be done off-site or at a facility down in the Springs? Because I see no garage, and I know from my experience with other U-Haul facilities, they have garages that install hitches or do maintenance on the trucks. So that's my first concern. The second one is signage. I don't know if that was addressed. I see U-Haul signs that are lit up. I'm sure that's not very attractive next to a beautiful Swiss chalet. So those are my two concerns, and hopefully you can address those.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilman Sawyer. The first question is a great question. One of the benefits of being a U-Haul dealership is that we do no maintenance on the vehicles, other than minor maintenance. Replace windshield washer fluid, check. We do a inspection of the vehicles before they go out. But all maintenance, heavy maintenance, oil changes, if there's something broke, a tire, U-Haul takes the vehicle to their service center and they're serviced by them. With regards to the second question regarding signage, there is an existing pole sign there. We intend to use that pole sign, and will conform with the standards with the city standards.
Right.
Most likely, we'll probably have that light off at night, indicating that the center is closed.
Right. Okay. Well, hey, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Paul?
I think that it's a good project for the city. I like the fact with 24, with the egress and ingress, the building, good for the business. I do have concerns, though. I have concerns with the site, and I believe they're valid. This is the first time I'm seeing the site. I haven't been on the site or anything like that, except driving past it. My concerns are with the eroding blacktop. I see no plans whatsoever by the city or by you, the developer and owner, about how you're going to patch it back, how you're going to retain sediments. And you could go through the pictures and I'll point out the areas that I saw as we were going through. What depth of the concrete patching you're going to do? Are you going to cut across that driveway, which is failing right now, where you have blacktop? It's all cracked up. You don't have compaction underneath. It's going to fail. Along the street where you're going to park the trucks for the daytime, is there going to be a curb big enough or ballads to retain the trucks should something happen, fail, or someone? Because you got the street there, and then you got the highway. Your access, perfect. Sediments are leaving the property right now. How will you retain the sediments on the property? I don't really buy monitoring. Sorry, just don't. I don't buy just patching in the cracks. I would like to know a little bit more about the processes you're going to use to correct the site where you're going to put the truck. Up against the building where there was the cutting of the statues and stuff like that. What are you going to do there? If you use it, you're to put gravel. But it's not even. It would have to be leveled off, compacted, and gravel put there for it to be used. Why not just in one clean swoop take care of the situations that I see on this property, open up your business, best to you. No problems whatsoever. What do you think?
Again, great questions, Councilman Saunier. First and foremost, the whole parking lot will be repaved. But it'll be done, currently there's a plan to use the property to do a boring across 24 to provide water service to the Saddle Club property. That boring will occur sometime, I hope, this summer. Once the boring is complete, we will come back in and repave, restripe, and meet the conditions that have been set forth by the planning department. So we don't want to pave right now because then we'd be paving, having it tore up, and then repaving.
I did read the report.
Yeah.
The issues. I have no problem with the business.
Sure.
None whatsoever. The site is what concerns me.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
With regards to parking on the street or near the street, based on the code requirements, we're not allowed to park the vehicles on the street, nor will they be parked on the street. They have to be 25 feet from our property line, which would negate parking them alongside the hillside. All the vehicles, trailers will be parked along the hillside between the building and the hillside. So we're not concerned about vehicles going over the side. I've owned the building for 10 years. We've never had anybody go over the side of the building or over the side of the hillside. We've had people come across the sidewalk into the hillside, but never go over the hillside. And it's slow moving traffic. It's not like people are rushing through there.
I'm just concerned about people renting a truck, not being used to the vehicle because they are renting it. Yes, they have the proper driver's license to have the vehicle,
sure,
but maneuvering it in there and possibly going a little too far.
If you look at the parking plan, we will have the vehicle ready for the people to pull straight out onto Highway 24. They won't be pulling them out of the parking spaces. Most people, when they rent them, they'll rent a car dolly or trailer or something. So we want to have those vehicles ready for them to pull directly out onto the highway.
Well,
with regards with regards to sediment, we live in a mountain community. There's sediment coming off every hill. There's sediment coming everywhere. We will take every effort to do mitigation to keep the sediment on our property. I drove over, and I'm not trying to negate what we said we would do here, but I drove over to Meadowood Park this afternoon, and as I was driving back, I don't know when it occurred, there's sediment all over the street, and those are paved roads. So sediment occurs.
And that's Teller County.
No, that's in the city.
Coming down those dirt roads.
Sure. No, this was on city property, on city streets.
Yeah.
So it happens everywhere in the city. And when we get major rain, we deal with it, and we have dealt with it. We had huge problems with Peakview Park. We ended up paving there and have reduced that down to virtually nothing. So we will deal with it. We don't know exactly what we'll do at this point, but we will mitigate it and take care of it.
So you'll have some sort of physical barrier, a little curbing or something like that?
Yeah, we'll probably put up 6x6 treated ties.
Okay. I didn't see them in there. I just wanted to address them. I do have concerns about the site. I'm glad I read the report. I saw the borings going through. I understand the delay, but I have concerns. You've addressed them. Best of luck to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We approved a storage facility that had this capability across the street. Is your intent to use this temporarily until that becomes available and move, or are you going to have them in both locations?
So this question was brought up during, or this issue was brought up during the Planning Commission. Thank you. Planning Commission hearing. And I'm a minority owner in the storage facility and what happens across there. As was mentioned, as of today, nothing has been submitted. That isn't to say that nothing will be submitted. Plans will be submitted. We don't know what yet we're going to put there, whether we're going to have vehicles or rental vehicles. We have been approved for them. It could be 2 years before this facility is open. There is no plan to close down. This is privately owned by me. I have no plans to close it in the future. In discussions with U-Haul, they have indicated that the market is more than sufficient to support 2 locations. We've heard comments about, well, we don't want U-Haul right across the street from each other. Quite frankly, we've got all kinds of businesses are right across the street from each other, or practically across the street from each other. We got Arby's and we got McDonald's. Customers will choose where they want to go, and really the storage facility with the vehicles where they're going to be placed are actually going to be off the highway. They won't be as close to the highway as they will be on our site. And so I believe that you can't approve something that's a temporary use, is that correct? Or temporary business, but in any case, we have no intent to close it unless the business doesn't succeed.
Thank you. One more thing. I would be interested in somebody who's to the direct east of that property, if there's any concerns.
I'm not east, I'm south, I think.
South,
but whatever I am.
Whatever direction that is.
Swiss Chalet.
Councilmember Carr, there were a couple of letters that were submitted, and they were attached to the packet, and they were from the townhomes, and they came to the Planning Commission hearing. Their concerns have been addressed, and especially if we put up that no parking sign.
Well, I know we're recused from doing anything at Planning Commission, so that's why I asked the questions here.
Yeah, and I'll weigh in when the time comes. Carol, I'm sorry.
It was a question about the signs on Troll Road. Were those going to be the responsibility of the applicant or the city to put up no parking signs?
The city is willing to put up one no parking sign.
On Troll, okay.
Yes.
Paul?
Oh, I I heard that they were gonna put Penske across the street. Also, there wouldn't be no competition there. Huh, buddy?
Anybody else before we open the public hearing?
Thank you.
Okay, then we will open the public hearing. I have one person signed up to start with, and that is Carol Trader.
Carol Trader, I live at 425 Pembroke Lane in Woodland Park. That's okay. I think they can hear me without that. I'm not opposed to U-Haul. I don't know Mr. LeBar, but he sees me up here a couple times complaining on his things. He got the warehouse, the storage, and originally 10 places for U-Haul. They got raised to 30 on that building that hasn't been started. It's supposed to start in October, I understand. Now he wants another one across the street, 17 spaces. That makes 47. The first meeting we had, Mr. Smith from U-Haul said that 17 probably will never be filled. So why do we need 47? And they say the trucks are unavailable. You can't get them up. But when I used U-Haul, and I used U-Haul, I got nothing against it. I ordered my vehicle and it was there when I wanted it. I just didn't walk down and say, I need a truck. You don't have a truck. You order it. So that's not too confusing. We have one down the road 5 miles away. I've never seen more than 17 vehicles in there. And I pass it a lot. So I don't see where U-Haul says we have a need for another 47. I've only lived here 4 years. When I see people moving in the neighborhood, it's normally by Beacons and Mayflower. I've never seen U-Haul, but I used U-Haul, so not against that. But when you come up to Woodland Park, you're going to have the pillars of Woodland Park is going to be a U-Haul on both sides. That should not be what Woodland Park is about. And I didn't know anything in your place until just now. Do you want all that U-Haul parked next to you? And how many people are you going to lose? I don't want to eat in a restaurant that's an industrial area. You may lose business. But off of the front page of Woodland Park on its computer that everybody reads, it says, just 18 miles west of Colorado Springs in Teller County, experience the history, adventure, and the beauty of the Rocky Mountains. I don't see U-Haul as U-Haul, a gateway to the Rockies. But that's what we're going to have here in Woodland Park. Yes, we need an industrial area. Maybe that stuff should be built over there, but not in the front door. And When y'all came up here, how many people here are citizens that started and born here? How many of you moved here because it's a small community? I know she's from the military, so she wasn't here all the time. We all moved here as a small community. We want to keep it that way. I was told there's 900 homes going to be built over there by the golf course. The other day when I talked with Sally, she says it's down to 8, something like that. But there's a lot going out there. So there are people coming, but we don't need all this U-Haul in our front door. We have that on the back side of the train station across the street, you got that industrial section back there. Why can't U-Haul be back there, out of sight? They had U-Haul at Valero. It didn't last. Wasn't needed. We are growing. There is a need for it, but I can't see the pillars of Woodland Park being U-Haul. And we don't need 47, because you said it'd be hard to fill 17. So why do we need 2? When he gets the big building built and the storage built and opened, the other one should close. I think you should give it to him temporarily so it can be used. They said they're going to hire 2 people to start with. That's $27 an hour, because the paper said $13.50. That comes to, got my numbers already, $216 a day. Weekly, $1,296, and $5,000 a month. I don't see that many U-Haul going out. Selling the boxes ain't going to help, because Walmart sells them. Lowe's and Home Depot. We have other places that sell them. Not going to say that they're not going to buy them, but it's already set up, and everybody goes to the bottom of the hill for something. So U-Haul's not going to get all that business they think they're going to get. And got one down the street that's already set up, and if you look in his front yard, he's got a zillion bears, he's got elk, he's got everything else that he sells with it, so it survives. He said U-Haul doesn't make him a lot of money. So if you give him permission to build, I say it should be temporary till the other place is open. It'll have 30 spaces instead of 17, so it will better take care of it. And if that building is rented before, if he's fixed it up, it will rent again. But I don't think you want your restaurant in an industrial area. And you just screamed about your taxes being raised on your house when the guy was here. Might knock it down some. I don't care what anybody says. When you put something that's not great in the neighborhood, it will bring the price down. And if you want to talk to Mr. Law, we go down to McDonald's. I don't drink. I'll buy you a soda so you can see where I stand. I don't know you. I got nothing against you. I just don't like the pillars being U-Haul.
And I like your approach and your communication. Thank you very much for being here.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Would anybody else like to speak on my behalf?
Oh, jeez. Tell us how you really feel.
This time. No, that's public comment. If we don't have anything else, we'll close the public comment. Gary or Pete, if you'd like to refute what Mr. Trader has come forward with, this would be the time if you'd like to. If not, you good?
No comment.
Okay. Council.
I just want to clarify the pillars of Woodland Park are a Walmart coming in and a dollar store going out, so just...
But they're very tastefully done, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're very tastefully done.
Anybody else?
I would only like to say that I appreciate the fact that this business will be in a building that they're going to maintain with a historical look instead of one of the commercial buildings U-Haul's built down in Colorado Springs, which I don't think would be appropriate up here unless at a different location.
Well, and for me, I'll be perfectly honest, and most of you that have been here know my thoughts. I'm a total capitalist, free enterprise, property rights kind of guy. Pete's been next to me for 10 years now. He maintains the property, does a great job. We got a great relationship. I don't think somebody that's going to come pick up a U-Haul truck is going to affect my business. That's what I think. And it'll be market driven. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It'll be out of business. Trust me, I've seen 3 or 4 businesses already in that location. And so we'll let that play itself out. I've got no for me, it's not highest and best use, but I don't have highest and best use anywhere. And if I own the property, I feel like I own the property and I should be able to do what I can do, considering that planning and the entire planning commission, or I think it was a 8-to-1 vote? I'm sorry. I think there was one dissent. Anyway, for me, I have no issues. I really don't. I know both of these guys. I know how they do business. I've known them for a long time, and so for me, I'm good with it. I really am, and I wish them the best of luck. I'm one of those guys that, I know how many people are moving in and out of this business. I mean, out of this community. And so I see it as a good business. And if it doesn't work on both sides of the street, the market will drive that, and then they'll make the decision. I don't think that's a decision that the council should make. So I'm going to vote in favor of the project and wish them the best of luck. That's my view on it. So take that for what it's worth. Anything else, council?
Your Honor, if I could interject, because it's been brought up that you're the adjacent property owner, and just to clarify for the record, as far as conflicts of interest, any value that you could gain one way or the other in this is purely speculative at best. You don't have any vested interest, and you're not receiving any property increase or decrease or any effect that we are aware of. So I just wanted to put that on the record, because the attorney in me is making sure that we're doing everything above board here.
Thank you, Jason.
That's why we hired you.
There you go. Okay. Anything else, council? Okay, I'll encourage a motion.
Move to approve ordinance number 1345, Series 2019, for a conditional use permit for a truck and trailer rental on Lot 1, Aspen Acres, in the community commercial zone, as requested by Mr. LeBar.
Second. And second. Thank you, Kelly. Suzanne?
Case?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Sonier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Carr?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
We're going to get Hillary.
We'll get Hillary.
Yeah, we'll get Hillary.
To get her.
While we go get Hillary, I want to thank you for your comments, and I love the way you present. Passionate, but forthright, respectful, and right, we don't always agree, but thank you for presenting the way you did. And, Gary and Pete, best of luck to you, and as long as you abide by what planning and council has asked you to, I wish you the best of luck, and hopefully you guys will be very, very successful there. And when Hillary gets back, we will move on to ordinance number 1346. Who went to get Hillary? Kip. You came back without her.
She fell asleep.
Here she comes. I hear yells coming.
There she is. Hurry up, Hillary.
And here she is.
It's hard to run when you've been asleep.
Okay. Suzanne, are you going to manage... or I guess Jason will. Jason, we'll move on to ordinance number 1346.
All right, so I don't have a fancy presentation, so I hope you apologize, but I'll try to keep it brief in the interest of time. We talked about this briefly at last council meeting. This is an ordinance to adjust the code to ensure that those who are planning on using the dog park can do so in a legal fashion. Goes through the code and makes sure that there's an exception for having your dog off leash at that premise, and it also added the ability for the police department, by codifying some of the regulations there, giving them some extra flexibility and tools if they have some folks that are not treating that property or that park appropriately. So that's the gist of it. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Are we protected against dogs biting dogs and owners getting mad?
Are we protected? Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Jason, that was easy. Thank you very much. Council, motion to approve ordinance 1346.
Should we have a public hearing?
I'm sorry. We are in public comment if anybody would like.
Why we got it, girls?
Most of my public has left us. Okay, we have no public comment. Then we'll look for a motion to approve ordinance 1346.
Motion to approve ordinance 1346, Series 2019, amending Chapter 6 of the Woodland Park Municipal Code to provide provisions for use of dog parks.
Thank you. Second from Noel.
Thank you.
Suzanne?
Harvey?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Saunier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Carr?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thanks to Bianca, wherever she may be right now.
She had her groundbreaking today.
Groundbreaking today, that's right. Probably in bed. Okay, we'll move on. Agenda item 8C and ordinance number 1347. And Mike Farina.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Tonight you have the second supplemental appropriation to the 2019 budget. I briefly introduced it last council meeting, so I'll just go into a little more detail this meeting as to what this supplemental is for. Most of the supplemental request is to carry over funds from 2018 for projects or purchases that were made or that were for 2018 that were not completed, or purchase that was made for, in this case, a mower that was ordered in 2018 but we did not receive in 2019, and we are required by accounting standards that we need to record it in the year that we receive it. So we got to carry over the funds in 2018 to 2019 to cover those sorts of purchases. So that's the majority of this amendment. So looking at the general fund, we're carrying over money for the broadband fiber project, $40,000. We planned for the salary survey to start in 2018. You may recall as we were going through the budget in 2018 for 2019, the topic of the salary survey came up, and we were going to start that in 2018. It actually got started in 2019, so we need to carry over the funds for that. The museum electrical upgrades, another item that we wanted to start in 2018. Actually, it still hasn't been started, so we need to carry over $32,500 for that. I mentioned the mower. It was purchased. We ordered it in 2018, but we didn't receive it until 2019, so we're carrying over $31,100 for that. You're very familiar with the dog park expenditures and the fundraising that's been going on with that. We're adding to the budget those revenues and the related expenditures of $23,000. We sought a grant that we were approved for to construct or install an electric vehicle charging station. Most of it's grant funded, 80%. So there's the total project is $11,300, $9,000 of which is grant funded. We need to transfer $2,300 out of the general fund to for the city's match for that grant. We also received donations to fund security cameras in the Memorial Park, particularly by the Eric Dixon statue memorial. We received, I believe it was like over $19,000 in donations. Current year projections for costs are $11,000, so we're increasing the budget by $11,000, with $11,000 of those donations being recognized as revenue. The other $8,000 that was received in donations will be used for future costs related to the security, particularly the memorial. We've added $7,500 for redesign of the city website, and that's using expected revenues coming in, or revenues coming in over expectations from prior year. We're also just adding grant revenue that we've received, $15,500, to reimburse the city for overtime that has already been spent on overtime, or has already been budgeted, I'm sorry, but grant revenue to reimburse the city as it's spent. And then the last thing on the list is the compensation change or increase per the salary survey, and I have a presentation on that I'll go into a little more detail on the amount that's in the budget, and then some other options that we've looked at or have been asked to consider. But right now in your supplemental appropriation, it's for $39,100. All told in the general fund with all of those amendments, $198,000 in total, increasing the budget. That would leave the fund balance still at 17% or more. slightly higher. We also, I mentioned in the grants fund, we're asking for a supplemental appropriation for 2 grants. One is the electrical vehicle charging station I mentioned, and then the other one is a peace officer mental health support grant, which we received. It's $41,700, so we got to recognize the revenue and then the expense. You need to appropriate the funds to spend that, which is offset by grant revenue. The Conservation Trust Fund, that was added also to this supplemental, the second reading, because the general fund is where the expense is coming out of. But you may recall when we did the 2019 budget, that was paid for through the Conservation Trust funds. So I didn't have that in the previous iteration. I caught that, so money is transferred out of the Conservation Trust Fund into the general fund to pay for the museum electrical upgrades, that's an appropriate use of the Conservation Trust Fund.
Why would we not transfer the expenses into the Conservation Trust Fund to expend the revenues in the fund where the revenues are accounted?
We could. It's just the way I set up the fund accounting for those particular projects, where the new funds that were set up, the lodging tax and the Conservation Trust Fund, to transfer money out of those funds into wherever it is we'll be accounting for those expenditures.
See, that defeats the whole purpose of the special fund, in my opinion, because we're trying, the revenues are easy to track. It's tracking the associated expenditures of those revenues that we're trying to isolate and identify. So why wouldn't we account for them in the fund we created?
It's to show the expenditure and revenue for that particular use of funds. It can be done the way you're suggesting. It's also appropriate to do it the way the accounting has been set up now. It's just a matter of preference, and my preference is to have the expenditure, in this case, come out of the general fund in the Parks, Building, and Grounds budget, that's the type of expenditure it is. A lot of times, expenditures can be, let me think of a good example.
See, I think that defeats the whole purpose of the fund, creating the special fund.
Well, we're required to have a special revenue fund for the Conservation Trust Fund. I mean, that's a legal statutory
and account for all the activity in that fund. You and I mean, this is not the appropriate place to have this conversation, but I completely disagree. So, just so you know.
On the Streets Capital Improvement Fund, we had to carry over money for the Safe Routes to School grant. We budgeted for it in 2018. Project did not get started, so we need to carry over that grant and the expenditures associated with it. The Park Street improvements, that's a project that you all know that we've started, and actually I believe it's close to being completed, or it is completed. And we need to carry over the $200,000 of the total budget to finish that project in 2019. You all remember a few council meetings ago, we had an opportunity to purchase some water shares. We need to increase the budget for the purchase of those water shares, and that is coming from fund balance, which is the prior year revenues. So that's the total supplemental appropriation. I would like to go into more detail on the compensation study, implementation, and then the resulting request for supplemental appropriation for it. So, first of all, I won't go into too much about the survey, but what I'm here to talk about is why we're doing a supplemental appropriation as a result of the survey. But real briefly, the salary survey, it developed new market-based ranges and recommendations to the city based on the consultant's research and analysis. So the consultant and Suzanne could probably speak more to what went into the study and the research that the consultant did. What I did as far as the supplemental is I took the results and the resulting range that he found as a part of his study, the market range that was recommended or that he came up with to put the city at 100% of market that he surveyed and researched and then gave us the ranges. I think we had 14 ranges and now we're at around 19. That came from the research of the consultant, and Suzanne could speak more to that survey. But we got a spreadsheet of all the ranges. We also had our current ranges, the proposed recommended or research survey results for where our market is. And just for an example, grade 8 I'll use as an example. There, like I said, there's like I think 18 or 19 ranges now. I'm just going to look at one that's on that research, just kind of show you an example of how those ranges were developed. So grade 8 example, and this is at 100% of market. This is what his research came up with, saying this is our market and this is the range that his research defined.
And Mike, if I could make it clear, that 100% is the range minimum, not the range maximum, correct?
The 100% is the whole range. It's minimum to maximum.
Okay.
And in this case, for a grade 8, and I don't recall what positions are all in a grade 8. Again, Suzanne may have that information if you would like to know. But a grade 8, our range changed from, I believe it was around 41,000 minimum, our current range that was in the 2019 budget, to 46,000 is what the survey that he did found that the minimum should be at. Actually, his study determines midpoints of ranges based on the survey, and then he built based on a spread of, I think for grade 8 it's about 40%, a spread from midpoint 20% one way and the other 20% the other way to max, and he determined the range minimum maximum from the midpoint. So he came up with the range min and range max. He also came up with more of a market range, which is a little narrower, and from 51,324 to 57,876. So our range minimum for grade 8 is proposed to be 46,440. The maximum is proposed to be 62,760, with the narrower defined market range within the broad range.
So, I'll just say, for example, we have a grade A that's making $43,000 a year, and we want to make them 100%. Which number on there would make them 100%?
100%, we would bring them up to the minimum.
Minimum.
46,440.
Minimum?
Yes. Got to get them in the range.
So why are we even showing the max if all we're going to bring them up is to the minimum?
Because you have to have a range. There
You
are
have to have a
employees that are
range.
within the range already, and you want to make sure that they don't go over the range
I
maximum.
understand that. I feel like we're at it again where we keep our employees at the base.
No, this is to get them up to the base. I mean, if we had unlimited resources, we could put them, somewhere in the range. But right now, our goal is, because with a goal of keeping the fund balance unassigned, unrestricted fund balance reserve at 70%, the goal is to get them at 100%.
I truly have some feelings about that, but I can go into it later.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mike. I have some handouts that I'd like to hand to the council. They're confidential work products, so if it's not passed tonight, I will need to collect them back. But I think it'll be a helpful tool for you to use to follow along with Mike's presentation. Is that okay?
That will help, yes.
Just a comment. Ranges are the ranges that the employees that are classified in that range or that grade move with their knowledge and skills and their development through the range.
Thank you.
When we only survey every 3 years and we don't keep up with the market results and we don't implement at what the market is telling us, we constantly lag behind those minimums.
Right. I understand
And
that.
so in order to get into the plan and the ranges, we have to take those people that fall out of the minimum, at least to the minimum, and then continue to move and maintain the ranges.
I understand that.
permanently.
I understand.
And
That's
so-
what our pool is for.
Right, and so there are people that fall through the range based on skills and longevity and things like that. And
you.
there are even people that have been here long enough that have reached almost the maximum, and so, or even beyond, and so they either need to be reclassified or held at the maximum, because that's what the market is telling us, where with their knowledge and skills they should be. So we got to at least get them in the range and then let their merits go from there.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Kelly,
I hope it helped.
You think that's one of our problems, is that people are here for so long, right, and we don't reclassify them, and we give them at such a high end, right? And then that kind of skews the whole thing.
Yes. It
So
is
in
common.
the
It's a problem
future,
sometimes.
yeah, why haven't we reclassified in the past when we get there? Because I know, as we all do, 3 or 4 employees. in that,
Reclassification comes with more than one piece, and it's not just because you've exceeded the maximum of your range. Your knowledge and skills have to be developed to a point where you match the criteria and that internal equity piece of the people in that next range, and their knowledge and skills, education requirements, those kinds of things that are defined and written into the job descriptions. And so it's all married together as each component feeds the whole system in the compensation package. So it's a management thing.
Yeah, just because you've been here this amount of time doesn't necessarily mean you deserve this amount of money, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's where the performance piece comes in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our city manager, Mr. Tangeman, and I have had a long conversation about this in the past months. He actually has a plan to address exactly what you're talking about. He's not here tonight, but I'm speaking out of school here, but he has disclosed to me some concerns about that and addressing that in the near future. So I'm hopeful on that front.
Good to know. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Mayor and Council, I'd also like to add to that discussion you just had. Ranges are developed for positions, not for employees. So when the research is done, it's based on the position and the position's job description to come up with the range. Some employees, depending on when they start, depending on how they negotiated their starting salary, and depending on their performance, are somewhere within that range. But the range is based on the position, not the employee. So if employees are at a higher end of the range, it might be because of longevity, it might be because of performance evaluations and highly performing employees that helps them move through a range quicker than other employees. Okay, so it's not employee based, it's position based.
I just want to add to that real quick, is that an employee that's been here a while and is paid well is actually saving the community money because they're more efficient and they know their job better. So this, just because they're making more money doesn't mean they're taking away from someone else. They're actually helping the community because they've been here long enough. And they're more efficient. That's why businesses like to keep their employees longer.
So this is a grade 8 example, right? The range, the market study developed this range, found the midpoint, spread the range out, minimum to max, and those employees that at this 100% implementation, those employees that are below that would be brought up to the $46,440 should we adopt a 100% market supplemental appropriation. What we also looked at the same time was the ability for those employees that are already within the range, what pool of money did we have to also provide as a compensation increase to those employees already in the range, and I'll talk more about that. But we analyzed the impact of this 100% range for all of the ranges, not just this one, for all of the ranges, and it really wasn't feasible to implement 100% of the market study and meet the 17% unassigned unrestricted fund balance.
Excuse me, how close did we get if we go to 100%?
I'll have a slide for that.
Thank you.
He has an app for that.
But the supplement recommendation does identify some positions at 100%, correct?
I'll discuss that too. So this next slide, because we first analyzed implementing at 100%, realized we're not going to be able to do it and maintain that 17% fund balance. We evaluated different implementation scenarios, but enabled us to still stay at the 17%. So we looked at shifting the 100% market to the left or lower to see what we could afford there. We looked at 95%, we looked at shifting it to 94, 93, and the sweet spot when we were doing this analysis was 93%. but also keeping the ability to have some pool of money to provide to employees that were all still in the range. They weren't below the minimum. So we found the sweet spot, and that's what's in your packet now for approval as a supplemental appropriation, is shifting the range, the 100%, 7% to the left or 7% lower, and also adjusting the overall compensation pool at 1.2%, meaning the employees above the range already would get 1.2% over a 1.2% increase. Looking at the grade 8 example, I'm now showing the comparison for a grade 8 range at 100%, which I already showed you on the previous slide, and what it changes to with a 7% shift to the left. So again, the range minimum, and I'll just discuss minimum at this point, because that's really where the budget impact is getting employees to the minimum. 100% was 46,440, shifting at 7% to the left. It reduces the minimum to 43,320. So this is not a market range, it's 7% lower than market. So the supplemental appropriation includes the scenario. Also, as Councilmember Harvey was saying, but what it does do, except for it shifts at 7% to the left for most employees, the ones that are not shifted to the left, the positions, and the ranges that are not shifted to the left are the police officer 1 position, the police officer 2 position, and the master police officer ranges position. Those were left at 100% of market. So in the spreadsheet that you just received, you would see 2 ranges of 8, which is all other employees besides police officer 1s. 8.1 is the police officer 1 range, and you can see that is still at the 100% of market. And the 8, which is, and I'll just use deputy city clerk as an example, in grade 8, that would be at the 93% or the 7% shift to the left. Does that make sense? The difference between those two? So police officer 1, police officer 2, and master police officer, those 3 are labeled as 8.1, 9.1, and 10.1, and those were left at 100% of market. All the rest were adjusted. All the other positions were adjusted to 93%. A little further into the police officer analysis, newly recruited entry-level police officers who are non-post certified would be hired at the minimum, the 100% minimum of $46,440. Okay. Once they're post certified but have no experience, those officers would be adjusted to $49,646. A little further into the range. Once there's completion of field training as a police officer 1, those officers would be making $51,324, or what we're calling the market minimum. Not the range minimum, but the market minimum. Any questions on that?
Miles, how long does it take to get to that 3rd level? Police 1, field trained?
So fresh off the streets with no certification, that would be the 46,440.
Yeah.
Once they've gone to the academy, that's 4 months.
Okay.
And then once they get out of training, that's another 13 weeks if they don't have any issues. So there's a bit of a time delay from
It's
that.
really 7 months, perfect world.
In perfect world. However, this allows me to bring somebody in that is certified at 49,000 right off the bat, or that does have up to a year of experience at 51,000 if I can get an applicant.
Thank you.
For 2019, if the supplement is approved as we're reading it tonight, it's retroactive to January, correct?
Correct.
So that we may have officers that won't be qualified until later in the year at that 3rd level.
No, ma'am. I think all my officers are qualified. They've all been here for about a year.
The budget
So really have an impact on next year.
Well, it'll have an immediate impact. I mean, the officer sitting back there is looking at a $9,000 pay change. Ma'am.
I don't know. I thought maybe they were going to issue warrants when we left.
What do you say? They're going to go postal?
You have a parking ticket on your car.
Hey, get out of here.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
So that's the plan that's in your packet now for approval on supplemental appropriation for this ordinance on second reading.
And explain to me again how it will impact employees with that 1.2%. Those would be employees that are no longer at that min range, correct?
The employees, if I'm hearing you correctly, the employees that are below the range will be brought up to the 43,320, the 93%. I'm talking not the police officer position, but the other employees. Employees that are already in the range would get the 1.2%.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mike, go ahead, Noel.
Well, we still have these other examples here of 100%. Are you going to go over these, are the alternate scenarios?
Yes.
Because you sound like you were about to end your presentation.
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I started with this one because this is what's in your packet now. But we were asked to look at other scenarios and to say, okay, and I was asked at the work session, I gave some numbers, but I wanted to put it into a PowerPoint tonight.
Thank you.
So this next page is, this one actually is the spreadsheet that shows the numbers I was just talking about. For a percent of market adjustment of 93%, a full percent increase of 1.2%, we would need a total of 41,772 supplemental, but I'm going to focus on the 39,000 that affects the general fund. That's what is in this packet for supplemental appropriation. And you can see the projected general fund reserve with this scenario implemented would be at 17.6%. Projected to the end of 2019. Okay.
That's 93 plus 1.2.
1.2.
Okay, great.
And the police officers at
And the police officer, okay.
Wait, you just said the police officers stay at 100?
As stated.
Okay, so for all these scenarios, police stay at 100?
Yes.
Good job.
Just to look at how, okay, you guys think, well, this is what we're doing the first year, but this is a continuing effect into 2020 and 2021 and future years because it's a base building
I got that.
item. Okay, so the next slide just shows, and this is just, I'll caveat this, that this will be part of the 2020 budget deliberations and the 2020-21. It could also be considered as part of a long-term financial plan, but we're not approving this tonight. This is just to give you an idea what the impact is in future year budgets. And we said, okay, let's escalate the range. So we approved, or we have a range in 2019. We're going to escalate it for 2020, 1.4%. And we came up with that number just based on what CPI was from March of 2018 to March of 2019. It could be something different when you start doing estimates for 2020's budget. We just use 1.4 just to show the effect. If it was 1.4 when you're doing the 2020 budget.
That just keeps our ranges with market. So we don't fall so far behind again.
Yeah. So that range escalation could be higher, it might be lower. But you want to keep it with market depending on what you find out as you move through this year into 2020. We also looked at, well, can we increase the market not from the 93% to the 100%? What does that do? So we're looking at a slide with a scenario of adjusting the next year, second year of implementation, for all positions to be at 100% market, not just the 3 police officer positions. And we also looked at, okay, well, what about the employees that are in the range already? Let's do a 1.5%. Those are the numbers that allowed us to balance out and still have, or estimate, actually I didn't look at unrestricted unassigned fund balance. What I looked at is the overall increase, which is 3.5%, 3%. It's in line with what most of our annual increases are, providing we have a good year. Okay, so 3.5% is not uncommon to see as a pool increase. So in this case, you see for 2020, in order to escalate the range, keeping up with market at 1.4, a percent of market adjustment, getting that to 100% of market, and then a pool increase of 1.5 would result in a 3.5% increase in overall compensation. And again, that's just a scenario looking forward into 2020. 2021, we'd already be at 100% of market. Let's just say we requested a pool of 3% for compensation. Obviously, it would be a 3% increase to the compensation.
And in your best guesstimate, the reserve would still remain at least 17%?
I would say so. You know, again, that all just depends on how revenues do, or how they look like they're going to do in the future years. But 3% is not out of the ordinary for an annual increase based on market. Of course, you're going to look at market to determine that number. You're also going to look at market to determine the market adjustment, the escalation is what I'm calling it. You're going to do a survey, not as big as this one, but you will do. We do annual surveys to get those numbers from a consultant.
The range adjustment.
To shift the range and to say what are average merit increases.
And when you say merit increases, the percent increase pool, that's an average?
Yes.
Thank you.
In 2019, though, I believe we were discussing across the board. So that was what's in your packet, okay? We have some alternate scenarios. This one is looking at 2019 and still doing a 7% shift to the left or lower, but based on where fund balance, and you heard the report tonight on the comprehensive annual financial report, and then plugging that in along with all of the other supplemental in the general fund, and looking at it, looks like it's going to be 17.6. We'll say, well, okay, what about doing 2.5% pool increase? And instead of a $39,000 supplemental request, the request would be $73,000. Okay. Doing so would leave the general fund still above the 17%. It would leave the general fund at 17.1% projected year-end 2019.
And does that help with the following years?
Definitely.
Decrease.
Minimum?
Yep.
Okay.
It will definitely help.
It will help with that keeping ahead of the game.
Right.
And getting full market implementation.
It will cause the need for a not as big an increase in 2020 or 2021.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Because you
Makes sense,
moved the employees that are in
Yeah.
the range already higher, and they
Higher.
won't fall below it, or they won't keep playing catch up
Right.
as much.
We'd have less opportunity for people to fall out of the minimum of the range in future years.
Right. So then looking at 2020, and you can see it right here, with a 1.4 escalation, the market going to 100% in 2020, and I just left the same 1.5% pool increase. And you can see that to answer your question, Councilmember Case, it's 3.1% increase instead of 3.5, which I showed you on the previous scenario.
Yes. Thank you.
And then again, 2021, since we're already 100%, if we want to do a 3% pool increase, the overall increase to salaries is 3%. Another scenario that was looked at is, what if we do 100% in 2019? What would that do? And leaving the pool percent increase at 1.2. We would need about $130,000 supplemental tonight to do that, but the general fund balance would fall below 17%. It would drop to 16.4 projected.
But it would help us in the future years. Help us in 2021.
Here's your scenario. We would only see a 3% if we requested a 3%.
Council?
Which is not much different than the former slide scenario.
Oh, it's slightly.
One was 3.1 versus 3. Yeah.
So you have three scenarios that we looked at. One is what's in your packet, $39,000 request to increase the general fund. The other funds, there's some increase as well. Then another scenario, changing it from 1.2% pool increase to 2.5. I think that was about a $73,000 increase to the general fund, but fund balance is still greater than 17%. And then the third scenario was adjusting 2019's to 100%, keeping the pool at a 1.2%, but that would decrease the fund balance to under 17%.
And if I could add to your question earlier, on the last scenario, if everybody's at 100%, and then in those subsequent 2 years, allows more flexibility to get people away from the minimum towards the median.
I know.
So that's the flexibility, if they earn it and they're good employees, etc. But
You've given us 2 scenarios that allow us to stay in very close to the 17%, 117.3, 117.1. The third scenario drops the reserve down to 16.4. And as our attorney has pointed out, that does give us more flexibility in the out years.
Yes.
So I guess the question then comes to the council is, we've been given a supplement amount to vote on tonight. Do we want to vote on that amount, or do we want to recommend an amendment that would adopt one of the other 2 scenarios? Exactly.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Sure. I think Kelly was first, and then Val, and then you know.
She's talked enough.
Kelly? She will continue to talk.
I have to just say some thoughts that cross my mind. I'm really, really huge, as those of you that worked with me over the years, I'm huge on internal equity. And I am completely understanding and in agreement with the situation within the police department. It's been a challenge as long as I've been here. But on the other hand, I have to be a champion for the rest of the employees in those grades and ranges, and don't know how I can differentiate and not do the same for them. If we're going to do 100%, we need to do 100%.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And being the biggest, huge whiner about fund balance on the face of the earth, I'm okay with 16.4%, because 9 times out of 10, we always end up better than we project. When we're doing budget, when we're looking, I don't remember a year, except for the ones when I wasn't here involved, where we didn't end up better on revenues and less expenditures than we even projected ever. So I just have to say that being the biggest conservative stickler on the face of the earth, I'm okay, and I think we need to do 100%.
Plus 1.2?
1.2.
Val?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. I'm thrilled that I've been championing the police raises for a couple of years, along with at least one other council person on the dais. And I'm glad to see these numbers coming up here, and we're finally maybe getting competitive to getting a good hiring position. We're looking at numbers that were generated with a study. We haven't seen the hard copy final report yet, and Darren has some numbers he wanted to present to us, so I'm going to make a motion that we continue the rest of the public hearing to 7 days past the time when we get the final report, which may be tomorrow, or at a maximum the next council meeting. So, motion to continue.
I will second that, to see if maybe the numbers are a little low and they could be higher.
That's right.
And we could start there.
Just quickly, I'd just like to add to that in the sense of, I'm aware that Darren has some things he wanted to share with us and talk about with this report, and I feel a little unprepared, because I want to know what he has to say about it, and I know that he had supported the 3-year plan, and since he's the one that's got to kind of implement and deal with this, I really wish I had his feedback. But I can say that I know that all of us, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn by saying, all of us agree that this needs to get done, and we support it, but I think that I would like to hear what Darren wanted to tell us
if I may speak on Darren's behalf. What Darren wanted to share with the council is the report that's called the project report. And that is the report that Lou went over with each of you that attended the work session. He went through the whole report with you, what municipalities he compared to, and everything. That's all this is. This is the only extra thing that Darren has for you, is this report. He talked to you all about it, explained how it was compiled and everything. I understand Councilmember Carr was not there and Councilmember Sawyer were not there, but everyone else saw this, heard this. So it's nothing, there's nothing different in here that Darren would share if he was here this evening.
To that point, there's been a motion and a second, but to that point, that was a preliminary report, and the final report is due, the hard copy report, and we haven't had time to study it. I polled both Darren and you, and Mike, of course, and on what was presented to make sure that I understood. I also polled many of the council, and we do not have that final information. There's a lot of parameters in there, including demographics, all kinds of things. I outlined it. For us to do our due diligence, we really need to see the final report, hard copy report, so we can read and study the report, check the methodology, assumptions, demographics, regional parameters, equivalency, correlations, and conclusion parameters, and then get answers to any questions we have from that, which we can't because Darren's not here. And if we don't do those things, we have to do those before we go to our final determination.
Isn't that what council paid the consultant to do?
It is.
Well, it's
and I would
trust
say,
but verify. It's not just.
Mr. Mayor, I would say that that methodology and the process was explained at the work session to my satisfaction. If the majority of the council would like to continue the public hearing on this ordinance, I will defer to that. But I'm quite ready to make if that motion does not pass, I'm quite ready to make a motion to amend the supplement for the amount that allows us to maintain at least a 16.4%, 14.4%. That's the 100% of market and the 1.2.
Kelly, or Noel is next, I'm sorry.
If maybe a way to accommodate this, because I understand if we do pass the supplemental, would it be the next paycheck or 2 paychecks from now that they would see this increase?
So finance is prepared. Mike has directed his staff to get ready in preparation, spreadsheets, that kind of thing that's needed. The next pay period is Monday.
So it's not going to happen then,
right,
obviously.
but it would be the next one right after that.
Okay, so if we actually have the raw data, because we don't have the raw data.
We're not going to get the raw data.
We're not going to get the raw data.
No.
Yeah, we're going to get the final report of what she
Say we get the final report Monday.
There's no numbers in the final report.
There's no
I will
numbers.
just tell you that.
The final report addresses the methodology, the cities or jurisdictions that were used to find our market, so comparators and competitive cities. It describes the methodology.
Okay.
From that methodology, the consultant determined the midpoint of all of the positions, and in some cases, new ranges were created. The range came from the study, which is the methodology of that study is contained in the report. The spreadsheets you have before you are the ones that are the ranges that came out of what's described in the report's methodology.
Okay, so
the supplemental requests and the scenarios were determined and came up from the ranges that you have in front of you now.
No, that's great, thank you. My point is if we go ahead and hold off and get, I guess, some report Val's talking about, can we do a special meeting? Or does it?
That was part of the motion.
Part of the motion to do a special meeting to have that on, not this paycheck, but the next paycheck?
I mean, we can do whatever council desires.
Well, because I don't want to hold off the money. That's not my intention here. I just like to see the parameters. What?
That's what's happening.
I understand that's happening. But, you know, it's back pay, so it's almost like they're saving another week. So
if I may,
Yeah.
I know that some of our department heads would like to speak tonight. I know
Right.
it seems like holding back pay that they're going to get retro to
Right.
you may not be a big deal, but when we are losing in the last 2 weeks, we've had 8 employees resign.
Really?
We have to stop this. And the department heads are prepared to talk to you a little bit about how this is affecting their programs and departments, if council would allow that.
I was unaware of that. I did not
Mayor.
know we lost that many.
Kelly?
Lost that many.
I've been through these studies many times. I've done many of them, and been Suzanne in the studies with various consultants. The numbers that we are presented tonight are not going to change. These are the numbers that the survey brought forward.
I'm not arguing the numbers.
Staff, I'm not finished, excuse me.
Well, you interrupt me too, so.
These numbers are what the numbers are going to be. The methodology, we've hired a consultant who is a statistician that has performed the work and done an excellent job. The Mountain States Employers Council we have used as a benchmark for many years. I'm very happy to see that they are the consultant that we're using now in lieu of ones we've used in the past. They are subscribed to and used by just about every municipal government and special district in the state, and provide a wealth of information, as does CML. Holding up, the grades are here in the worksheets that we've used at our work session that we had the last time, that give all of the information with min, max, and the slotting of the positions into the grades according to the study. The methodology was described in detail at our last meeting and work session by the consultant. He went into very explicit detail. What you're going to get in the final report is no different than was at the May 2nd meeting. And to make the employees wait so that we can criticize and try to outsmart the consultant and try to inject our wisdom into it, I don't believe is our job. But that's my opinion. I think that this is ready to move forward, and I think that it's May. It's the middle of May. It will be the end of May that these folks are going to be getting their January 1st raise.
Okay, so I'm going to interject here because you're blaming me and
No, I'm not
blaming
blaming
Val.
you.
Okay?
I'm talking
people
to
to
the
blame.
council.
This could have been done months ago. Months ago. These employees could have a raise months ago.
In your opinion.
It's not, well...
So I'm getting blamed here by her.
Let's not look back. What are we going to do now?
Okay, I want to pass this.
Okay, I want to pass it too, but do we want to pass it tonight? Do we need more information? Paul, excuse me, before we go forward, I'm going to get some comment from those in the audience, like Suzanne asked, and here's how I'm going to preface it, and so here's what I want to hear, and the 5 of you officers in the back, the 6 of you officers in the back, I want to hear from every one of you. This is your opportunity. I want to hear, right, from all the staff, and I want to hear from them now. And here's what I want to hear. First and foremost, I sit in this chair. I take responsibility because this should have been, in everyone's opinion, accomplished a long time ago. I don't know how long ago. Let's put it this way. It's a long time coming, and I'll take the responsibility. There's a body of water across the street that's causing a lot of this issue, and we all know that. And so we've made some mistakes in the past. Clearly, and you've all heard it, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us that are in full support of getting this at least to 93% of the men, and it sounds to me like we're going to get to 100% of the men. So that said, when you come up, what I really need to know now is with this kind of support and with this promise from the mayor, what's the downside of letting us get the information and waiting for another couple of weeks? We've waited this long. I know it's hard to wait. But if we can get unanimous and get 100% and get that 1.2, and our biggest conservative up here who wants that 17% has already said she'll support 100% of the men, which I know there's 3 or 4 others of us that will. So I want to know the downside of that, knowing what you know now, and that's we're in full support of moving forward with what we've learned, but I need to know the downside of a couple more weeks, or any information, any kind of input that you want to make. This is your time. So who would like to start?
Point of order. There's a motion.
And we're in
public hearing.
We're in public hearing.
The motion is to table the general discussion. That's the motion.
The motion is to table, or to continue
Continue the public hearing.
public hearing.
Continue the public hearing. That doesn't mean we have to stop the public hearing now. That means we can continue the public hearing.
That was the motion.
The next time.
Jason, where are we at with it? Please.
So, yeah, I guess it's a little bit vague as to we're not necessarily, I guess if you continue a public hearing, we haven't stopped the public hearing at this point. I guess it hadn't really even started. So I guess to that extent, at this point, if you wanted to explain your motion, it would be proper to some extent to close that issue before moving forward. I know that we do have a lot of people here that have come, but ultimately you do have a motion on the table on the floor with a second, unless somebody wants to withdraw the motion.
Clarify, we can have a special meeting to get this following paycheck. I would withdraw my second.
But it is. That's part of the deal.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that for sure.
Well, if it passes, yeah. To your point, it could be more.
Okay, here's one thing. Remember, tomorrow is Mike's last day.
Yes.
Okay, so I just need to say that. So I can't right now answer for what the finance department can and cannot accomplish after the next special meeting. And I was under the impression that when you do a motion and you have a second, you can have discussion. And that's what I thought we were doing.
Yeah, and council's discussing it, but not necessarily public hearing per se.
So, Jace, what are you saying? We need to take that vote now?
I think it makes sense to clarify the motion as to what your intent was, because I think that's unclear to the council, to make sure everybody understands what they're voting on, and if that affects your second, to make sure that it's clear what your motion was.
I want to know if we can't have a special meeting next week, Monday, Tuesday, to go over the raw data and then make our motion to pass something like that.
Can I say something?
Can't, then I'll withdraw.
Paul?
I need a decision so I can go we. Otherwise, we're going to have an accident here. What I'm trying to do.
Okay, well, you know what? That's probably a heck of a good idea. We're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back at 25 till 11.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I begin? I have the answers that Councilmember Sawyer was asking.
Thank you. Begin.
If the supplemental is approved this evening, the payroll would be effective for the May 24th payroll. So the employees would see that in the May 24th payroll. If it is not passed this evening and you have a special meeting next week, which I do need to say, I won't be here, Chrissy won't be here, and I can't speak for Darren, whether he will be here or not. I don't know that right now. If we go to next week, the employees will see it on their June 7th payroll.
What's the last date we can meet and get them money on June 7th?
Mike, what's the last date? Did you hear the question?
No.
The last date that we can meet, that you can get it on the June 7th payroll.
The June 7th payroll?
The one-
Just sometime next week. We'll be fine, even for Friday. Because next week is payroll week. That would give even more time than we would have now for the 6th. If it's past tonight, we'd have a shorter time frame to get it into next week's payroll. But if you have a special meeting next week, we'd have an extra week to get it into the following pay period.
So you're saying that if we have a special meeting Monday, for example, and I know you're not here, Suzanne, I'm sorry.
I'm not here, Chrissy's not here, and I can't speak for Darren, he's out of town right now.
Monday is the retreat.
And Monday is the retreat.
We could have a special meeting.
Yeah.
What is the purpose of this special meeting?
Well, that's a good question. We're going to find out.
Well, I guess I would refer to Val on that about a report that the council has not seen.
So let's go back to where we started. You were talking about withdrawing your second. You're not doing that, correct? Yes or no?
I'm still debating it.
Well, we're waiting on you then.
Well, I need more information.
You got what you asked for. When the next time they will get paid, if we wait for a special meeting, they'll get paid on June 6th. That's what you asked for.
Okay, but if we had a special meeting, say, Tuesday, would that be enough time to get it on the 27th?
No.
No. So if we pass it tonight, you'll do it tomorrow and get it on the 27th.
Correct.
And
we start processing payroll at the beginning of the week.
What's an average? This is just pick an average paycheck. What would be the big?
I don't.
I'm curious. No, because that.
Ask.
Ladies and gentlemen, these numbers are not going to change. We had a full report from the consultant on May 2nd of the methodology that is in words on paper in that report of how this stuff was accomplished, the cities that were used, and the benchmark positions that were used. I'm sorry if two of you were not here for that meeting, but the numbers and the implementation will not change with those numbers.
Noel?
As I was speaking to Mike, geez, thanks, Kelly. I can't even, you interrupted me.
I couldn't answer that question because it depends on where they're at in comparison to the midpoint, the minimum, and it also depends on where they're at in terms of their
Say a
salary.
$50,000 employee.
I don't know, because I don't know what range they're in.
$1,000, $2,000?
How much retro?
Yeah.
I can't really answer that question without going and looking at an average or looking at actual employee salaries, where they're at in comparison to the range. It's a pay period's worth of pay retroactively, an additional week or 2 weeks.
Just guesstimate.
It's probably not a lot.
Yeah.
But it's still waiting 2 more weeks.
No, I agree with that. It would.
And as Councilmember Case states, the report is not going to change the numbers.
Well?
Councilmember Case has expressed an opinion. I have a differing opinion because I haven't been able to do my due diligence. My whole point in this thing is doing my due diligence. Yes, we're doing my due diligence. The report that was presented was not the full written report, which has been promised us for a couple days now. It was a preliminary draft report in words, not a 20-minute presentation. I read the report, took about an hour to dissect it, and it was only the preliminary draft report. It wasn't the final report. So there are a lot of questions in there. A lot of questions which have been formulated in an email to me to Darren that I haven't sent yet, but I'm sure other people will have questions about that. I would like to do my due diligence as a council person. I see all these raises that I'm happy to give you guys, all of them, but I want to make sure that what that study gave us is proper, and in my role for the 8,000 people in this town to do our due diligence. Without seeing that study, that report, that final report, it's malfeasance for me to do anything else. Absolute malfeasance.
My question, Mayor Pro Tem Carr, is what would change your mind about these numbers if you got the full report? You already said you read the preliminary report. What would change your mind about these numbers?
Well, it was a draft report for one thing, so I met with Darren twice about this, and he said he has a lot more to say about it, and the final report will have a lot more.
That is, I'm sorry, I have to beg to differ. Mr. Tangeman did not say that.
Well, he did to me privately.
Well, I know I was present with it.
No, you weren't when I came back the next day.
I'll withdraw my second. So, unless someone else wants to make a second, I'm going to withdraw mine. I think Carol's right that the numbers will not change. Even if we have that data and we have our due diligence and we look through the information, all we're going to say is, well, all we've done is not give a nice paycheck at the end of the month for our employees for waiting months. I mean, this could have been done months ago, and here we are at the witching hour. So I'm going to withdraw my second.
May I just have one final word, Mayor, please?
Yes.
I have been in constant contact with Darren. I talk with him 3 times a day, 5, 6, 7 text messages. If he had more to say this evening, he would have let me know that, and he did not.
Now okay, here's what we're going to do, because this is going to take a little bit of time. First, we need a motion to go past 11 o'clock, because I think we will once we get input from everybody. Let's get that managed right now.
Is there any other second on my motion?
No.
No other second, so I'm sorry, I should have said that first.
Yeah.
So since there is no other section, that motion has failed, and now I need a motion to go past 11 o'clock tonight.
Go past 11 o'clock, 11:30? Is that enough, Mr. Mayor?
That's plenty. Have a second?
Okay.
Suzanne?
Labar,
Yes.
Levy,
Yes.
Sonier,
Yes.
Sawyer,
Yes.
Carr,
No.
Case,
Yes.
Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, now I get my way. Who would like to start from the audience? And
Can the department head start for them?
I just asked who would like to start. Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Whoever.
should we have a motion in order to open public hearing on the supplement?
Do we need a motion before we have before we?
I don't think so, because it was never closed or anything, so that the natural progression of the agenda would be public hearing now that the ordinance has been presented.
Okay. Suzanne, who would you like to start?
Well, I know the 3 department heads would like to start, and then everyone else can follow. We'll start with Chief.
Good.
Thank you,
Thank
Mayor.
you, Chief.
Thank you, Suzanne. I'm going to try to be brief because I know everybody has a little something on their mind. I don't normally stay up past this hour, so I'm struggling. But information is power, and I believe that you're trying to do your due diligence. And over the last couple of years, we've had council members that have tried to address some of the pay issues, and I really appreciate that. And I've held off and I've turned you down with your efforts because you did not have good information. You didn't have as much information as you could have presented to you. I believe you've got a lot of good information. I believe that the information presented by Employers Council is very good information to make an informed decision. So what does that mean? So 93% means that we're still 7% below where we should be. We're still 7% below. So I absolutely support 100%. Whether that's right or wrong, that's my personal opinion. because I've looked at the numbers that are out there. Suzanne's very correct when she says we've lost 8 employees of the city within the last couple of weeks.
2 weeks.
Within the last 2 weeks, okay? Of those employees that we're losing, I've lost 2 police officers, one's a detective, one's a corporal, and a dispatcher. I'm also looking at losing another 5 additional post-certified officers. You're looking at losing another 5 post-certified officers. What does that mean? That means 32% of your police department will have changed over between now and August. That's pretty big in my world. I'm trying to serve and protect this community with a third less officers. These aren't just entry-level officers. These are high-ranking officers and supervisors that I'm losing. The job applications are not coming in. I've been down to the academies. I've worked the academies. I've got a couple people, but I'm not seeing the 20, 30 applications I used to see. The 93% addresses entry-level officers, police officer 2 and NPOs, doesn't address the corporals, the sergeants, the commanders, department heads, the dispatchers, any of those people. And Kip and Ben both have some very salient points with what they're dealing with. We don't pay Ben to go out there and shovel asphalt at his salary. And that's what we're doing now because of our service levels are dropping. We have community complaints about the dirtiness of the downtown area. He doesn't have enough people to do his job. And it's unfortunate that we've gotten to this point. And it sucks that council has to sit here and wrestle with this bear and drop below that 17% because I understand how important that is. I sit through all these meetings. I know how hard you've had to work to get to that number. But we're a long ways behind where we need to be. And even at going to 100% tonight, we still have a long ways to go with our salaries and with our benefits and other things that have been sacrificed as these employees have bore the weight of all the projects that we've done here. Got a lot of wonderful people that have stayed here. We've got Ryan Beatty in the back. We've got Monet here. We've got a lot of people here that would like to talk, so I'm going to pass it on from there. But I absolutely support 100% because it's bringing us up to the very bare minimum of this salary. And it'll be huge for the morale. It'll be huge for the confidence of these employees that are watching the leaders of our organization, the council members, and what they're going to do tonight. And I appreciate the direction this is heading. And I know this is not an easy conversation or an easy decision, but I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk and help us keep this place running the way it needs to run.
Thanks, Chief.
I too appreciate the open dialogue, very much so. Being engineers, we like numbers. I'll just throw some numbers at you. Not in regards to salaries. 7 vacancies right now. 7. We usually hire 5 seasonals. We got 2 applications for seasonals. We got 2 seasonals. We can't even fill that role. And granted, those are minimum wage, but I have a water treatment operator position that's been open for just over 3 weeks, 2 applications. 2. I have 2 guys that have to rotate on call, so every other week they're on call for the water plant. It's just becoming very tough. Now, people leave for lots of reasons. We had 2 today, 2 resignations today. We talked one of them out. They're still here. So it's becoming a little tough, and whether that's because of the salary or not, I don't know. The economy's good. People are moving around. There's a lot of jobs out there. And what I'm finding, though, is with our pay and our requirements for staff being able to respond for a 40-minute response time, we have to pull people from further out areas, and it's hard to get them here when we do have an emergency. So when something happens, we like to have our staff close if at all possible to respond, and it's just becoming more challenging.
Thank you, sir. Ben?
So I think a big thing that they're really looking for is leadership from above, because I think a lot of these guys, they love the city, and we have hourly conversations on being more efficient, being more fiscally responsible, and these guys come up with some awesome solutions for things. And I think the thing that they're running into is their spouse is working a job, they're trying to pick up work on the side, and then they're seeing all this, we're in the age of information where all this stuff's available, and they're looking at this stuff, and I keep trying to build them up every day. Guys, it's coming. We're changing. We're evolving. This is a great place to live. And they're seeing all this competition, and I'm trying to talk to them every day, jumping in the trench with them, trying to help them out. And they start to get nervous and worry, and I understand where they're coming from. They want to put food on the table for their families. And so all this talk, what they're really looking for and why this is so symbolic to pass this tonight, I understand that there's a difference and they'll get retro pay and back, is that it shows leadership that you guys understand that there's an issue that needs to be addressed and that you guys are moving forward, and that builds them up more than anything. That means the world to them because it can come from us, but when they see it directly from you guys and that thanks from you guys that you care, that means the world.
Thanks, Ben. Officers? Officer Huber, why don't you start for us? Officer, school board member that doesn't get paid, and many other things. Help us out a little bit, young lady.
Officer Beth Huber. I live at 2213 Valley View Drive. I am a Master Patrol officer, police officer, for the department. I really like and appreciate the discussion on going to 100% for everybody. And here's a big reason why. The 100% for everybody actually gets everybody to that bottom level. And Kelly, I like the way that you put it. Councilman Case, I really like the way that you put it, is we need to look out for everybody because everybody is down there. As far as passing it tonight and waiting 2 weeks, we've got officers that are looking right now that will have to leave Teller County and go down to the Springs because they can't afford rent up here. And they're out in Divide. They're not in Woodland Park. And they're a police officer. That's why we need to get it passed. And we need to get it passed now because that might give enough of a push that they could actually stay here. We've got a mid-level, I won't say the rank, but we've got a mid-level officer that very well might stay here if it comes across. And their decision point is within the next week because they've got an application in for CSPD. If that raise comes in, that might actually be enough of a push to get them to stay here. And I'll say this, they're one of the best officers we got in the department. So if you've got any more questions, I'll answer what I can. I don't think any of us could say it any better than our department heads, and the chief said it. I think they laid it out pretty plainly.
Thank you, Ryan.
Brian Beatty, 98 Deep Lake Drive, Divide. You don't have to worry about me. I'm a way down there sports coordinator. I do this job because I love it. When I took this job, I've told people several times I knew the salary, knew what I was walking into. My wife and I made that decision so that I could be with my family. Outside of that, I will speak for not the cops per se, but everybody else on the other side of the house. And it would just be a huge morale boost to come in tomorrow morning and go, hey, you got passed last night, happened at midnight, whatever it ends up being, we'll make some kind of record here tonight. And I always bring donuts and bagels on Fridays. That's kind of what I'm known for. They're going to taste a lot better tomorrow if people go, hey, next payday, things are going to be a little bit different. So I work with people on a day-to-day basis that do depend on their check, and do look for, merit-based raises, and they work really hard. I work back-to-back, for those of you that have been in our office, with a young lady every day that works very hard, and I appreciate everything that she does, and I know that she is looking forward to this, and she has things on the horizon that are going to affect what she's got going on, but I would love to be able to walk in tomorrow and go, hey, I hung out the whole time, I know what happened, let her know. I'll probably shoot her a text message tonight. But I appreciate what's going on here tonight. I appreciate the dialogue. I've been at the work sessions. I know what the numbers are. I know what you guys go through. I've been here for years past when we talk about things. But I appreciate what the department heads do. Okay, they work very hard for us. They take time out. I'm known for flirting. Okay, and that is just a term in that I go see Kip, I go see Ben, I go see Suzanne, I see everybody. I just kind of mingle, and I know what they do for us on a day-to-day basis, and I appreciate what they said tonight, and I look forward to the decision. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ryan. Monet, Sally, Karen, who would like to go next?
Chris, I remember when you came on the course as a brand new community officer.
15 years ago.
Chris Adams. I'm going to use PD's address on 11 Tamarack Parkway, Woodland Park, Colorado. I'm going to echo on a little bit what everybody said, but maybe a little more blunt, so bear with me. I was always taught that leaders take care of their people, and perception is reality. I'm sure you guys have heard that. Right now, I can't speak for other departments. Perception is that council doesn't take care of the employees. It's May 16th. We don't have a pay raise. Where does that fall in taking care of your employees, or even showing us that that's a what's the word I'm looking for? Thank you, priority to the employees. The second part, what's to stop if you do move forward, that you don't like the information and ask for another date? We see it happen with the budget cycle every year. Things keep getting pushed out, and frankly, a lot of employees don't have faith that things are going to happen in a timely manner. So, apologize if that was too blunt, but that's my opinion.
Thank you. There's no too blunt. Who's next?
Hello, I'm Corporal Ramirez. I don't really need a mic. That's how I call it. Hey, so, you know, this is my second career. And so, you know, I have another income. But when I see that younger officers can't afford to live in our own city. One just got denied at Trail Ridge because he doesn't make enough money. That's shameful for all of us. I work nights. I do a good job. You can ask my chief. You know how many times I've been assaulted and injured doing this job? And to show you how much, I make $1,300 every 2 weeks. That's what I make. I've had my jaw dislocated, my shoulder dislocated, and my ankle. I've been punched in the face, I've been crashed and tried to get killed because they don't want to go back to jail. But I'm compelled to do this job, okay? And I want to see my partners get taken care of and get the money they deserve. We got another corporal that I've known for years, over about 10 years, and he's getting ready to leave. I don't want him to leave. I would love him to be my sergeant. I've been a leader my whole life, since I was 18 in the military. I know what it is to lead. I've had my own business, and I know what it is to pay employees and keep them around. I've had people work for me since 1994 because I take care of them. I don't take them for granted. They get injured too, all this. I'm just telling you, this is what happens at night around here. And Suzanne can testify to that because she does all my workman's comp claims. I'm not afraid to do this job. This is what happens at night, but this is what happens to keep your community safe. I live 27 miles away. Sometimes it takes me an hour. I work all night. Sometimes I work 12 hours. I got to drive home tired. It takes me an hour sometimes because of traffic, but I do it because I love it, and I love this community, okay? I love it. And we can be the leader that we're supposed to be, and I think you guys are on the right track with 100%. Because that's 100% of the midpoint, as we know. That's not enough. But I'll tell you what, I'll take what we can get. And I appreciate your time. I understand due diligence. I do it as well. I love doing a great job and finishing my case reports and put people in jail when they deserve to be there. So I want him, this is our job, right? This is my job to do. I'm going to do a good job. I understand what Mayor Pro Tem is saying. He wants to do a good job. But at some point, we do have to step and take a leap of faith and show some leadership and move on. So if you guys have any questions, I'm here. Hopefully I made my point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
And very well.
We are in the business of providing public service. It's our people who provide that service. And we have very strong people who are right now suffering from morale. And your actions tonight would really help our morale and our staff so that they come to work every day to work hard for our citizens. We need you to work hard too, and to support us, and to help us be better, as good as we can be in our community. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Did you want to say something, Chrissy?
Hello, Sergeant Holsworth. I do a lot of the recruiting stuff outside of the office. So that means I go to different places, different schools, what have you, to meet prospective candidates. And I always create a really cool flyer with the PD, the city, and everything on it. And at the top of that has our salary range that's current right now. And a lot of the kids now, I'll call them kids, I feel like I'm almost 40 years old, so I'll call them kids, but I show them that salary, and everybody, that's the first thing that they see. They don't see the cool animals running around, or they don't see the cool bears that we get to hang out with, or the cars. They want to know, how much am I getting paid to go up to Woodland Park, so I live in Colorado Springs. And the other day, I just had a conversation with Pikes Peak Community College, and they said, is this your salary range? And I said, yeah, but we're working on that. And I think 90% of the kids went like this in their binder. And so that's hard to stand up there and have those conversations with everybody, and to go, well, okay, I guess that's it, because there's nothing else really to say. I've lost a lot of good friends working at this agency due to salary, and it's hard. I've had a lot of candid conversations, guys crying in my office about how they're going to do this and that, and it's embarrassing for them. It's hard for me to have that conversation. I also live 45 minutes away from here. I live in Colorado Springs because I can't afford to live up here. My wife has like really high standards, and she doesn't really build her house, and that's okay. But I made that choice. But it'd be nice to help these guys out, compensate people. These guys do a really good job. I've been with Gene for all these things he's crying about up here getting hurt, but it's really important because he does give 110%, just like all these guys right here. So I appreciate you guys are having this really good dialogue. I appreciate we're making a good stride forward. So thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant
Yes.
Holsworth, can you tell me if you feel like what's being proposed this evening, what I suggested and other council people have echoed, do you think that'll make a difference?
It'll make a difference.
And we keep implementing as
Correct.
planned.
As long as tonight we make a big step forward and say yes, we're going to do this, and then there's a plan moving forward every year. Yes. I've been part of a city. I didn't always work here as a cop, so I've been part of that before, where it's like, hey, we're going to do this for you guys, and then next year it just fell apart, and there was no more dialogue with it. So I think if there's something laid out where the guys can see, and guys and gals can see, hey, we just did this for you guys, and here's what it looks like in 2020. Here's 2021. Because a lot of times all that stuff just falls apart, after the last year. And that's what a lot of people are worried about too. Okay, we'll get this now, but what does that look like in the future for us too? So
I'll make a commitment, but also see what the considers are not following.
And I don't want to look back here, next year and have this conversation and the people are all different. We have a bunch of new cops here, because that's not. These guys are, they want to be here, so let's, help them out. So.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, this seems to be a no-brainer at the moment.
It does, but I want to make sure I give everybody their opportunity. Mike?
So I'd just like to add to all this. I'll just talk to it from a financial health of the city. We presented where the fund balance is at, several scenarios that keep the fund balance where it's desired, 17% or more. In the case of 100%, it drops to 16.4. GFOA recommended standard is actually 16.7, not 17. Minimum, that's 2 months. 2 divided by 12 is 16.7. So our target is 17%. I think that's a great target, and we met it. Implementing the 100% would drop us to a projected 16.4 as it stands today, but as Councilmember Case, revenues typically beat projections and expenditures come in under budget. So in all likelihood, now I can't make any promises, but in all likelihood, you could see better than 16.4, probably close to 17. We jumped, I don't know, from 6% to 17 this past year. So, I would support the 100% implementation. It impacts the budget below the 17%, but again, it's only 0.3% off of GFOA's recommended standard. And then looking in the future, it also lessens the impact of the budget in the future years if everything else stays status quo as far as revenues and expenditures. So it's definitely, it's not going to really hurt the city. Yes, fund balance will be below 17% projected, but it's not that far off from the recommended minimum standard best practice.
Val?
I had a question on the supplemental, has nothing to do with this. The Memorial Park security cameras, where are we at with implementing that?
So all the cameras that are up? All the cameras that are up are active right now, and we're still waiting on the poll, but the statue is covered. That was the first priority, and that was the first camera that was up. So everything that you see up. No, it's actually substantially less, but we have the funds available for the insurance in the future and the chairs and everything. For the cameras themselves, we've spent less than projected.
Council will remember we received the Dixon Memorial, the $19,000 to help you guys with the expense.
We still have some other expenses with the pole that he's referring to. There's numerous cameras that go on that pole, some wiring or some electrical that has to be done in regards to that. So there's still some additional stuff, but the cameras that are up are active.
Suzanne, I would still like to get the report.
Absolutely.
Regardless, as soon as possible. We were supposed to get it last week. That's what Karen said. Same meeting I was. I would still like to get that report regardless of what we do here. In regard to that, I want to make an amendment to the supplement. Put it at 100% and put the pool increase at 2.5%. So I want to give them even more than any of these scenarios.
What a change.
Well, I mean, I want to do my due diligence. I'll do it afterwards. But that's my proposal is we get what we're supposed to get right away.
Are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion.
To amend the ordinance to read 100% plus 2.5 for the pool. Do I have a second? I've got no second.
What would that put the number at?
It doesn't matter. I'd like to interject here real quick before we even do the second. Why do we have a reserve? We have a reserve because in case of emergencies, in case of issues the city needs to borrow from. To me, losing employees at such a high rate we've never experienced before. So making sure that we keep these employees here is why it could constitute an emergency. And I believe dipping into the reserve is exactly what we need to do. Now, if we need to dip into the reserve more, recall this community was at 6%, 3 years ago? So if we go down to 15%, I truly don't care, as long as our employees are taken care of. So
this is why I brought this up, is to Sally's point, let's take care of our employees. And I'm suggesting let's not Mickey Mouse around.
heck, let's go for 110%. How about that?
Why don't you guys just cool your jets
Hold on.
and let's get this.
One
Mr.
second.
Mayor,
One
may I?
second. Let me just ask a question.
Okay.
Just to make sure. Mike, if we go 100% plus 2.5 pool, where are we at in the unassigned fund balance?
You don't have those
I don't know
numbers
the answer to
You don't
that
have that?
question.
Okay. Kelly?
I have to caution you, you do not use fund balance for ongoing operations expenditures, particularly salaries. It's because it's ongoing and it grows because it builds upon itself.
Right.
So I have no problem landing at a 16.4% because then we can continue our due diligence and our hard work in saving and finding efficiencies. But to increase and dip into fund balance for an ongoing operational expenditure is bad practice.
Okay, so how about we
You have an
run a
alternate,
business?
motion for us?
I would love to make a motion to do,
We didn't get a second.
Okay.
I would love to make a motion to implement in 2019 the 100% of market adjustment for all ranges and all employees and the 1.2% pool increase across the board, or however, across the board, I think is how you intended that.
It's the pool.
It's the pool.
I'll second that.
And, well, never mind.
For second.
We'll save the continuing the plan for the budget work session.
So we've got a motion and a second. Mike?
Just to clarify, then the ordinance, instead of being an increase in the general fund, I don't know the numbers in the other funds. Well, actually, doing what was just motioned is I believe, the third scenario that was presented.
Yes.
Correct.
The general fund would need a supplemental of 129,245. I always round to the nearest hundred.
That's fine.
Victim assistance, 3444. Culture and Rec, 7,200. And water, wastewater, split between the two funds accordingly, 32,400.
And I would amend my motion to include that language that Mr. Farina just said.
Are we good with that, Jason?
Yes.
And we have a second. Any further discussion?
Well, I would like to interject for Mr. Go ahead. Sorry. I would like to interject that if we're going to do this, let's do it. No matter what we were going to do, we were going to get the police those new ranges. So I heard a lot of discussion about, we're not going to get that. You were going to get that no matter what. I'm trying to put more out there right up front so we don't have this problem on blind faith, because I haven't done this. I'm an engineer, okay, and I don't do on blind faith. I do some blind faith is fine. In this case, it's not. So I feel we should go higher than that, but that's why I propose to give all the employees more money up front and not Mickey Mouse around, basically.
Any other comment? We have a motion and a second. Paul?
Y'all have given me agita tonight and really drove me up to 11 o'clock. Let's get this done and move forward.
Suzanne?
Thank you. I will take the roll vote. Levy?
Yes.
Soinier?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Carr?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. And on behalf of the staff council, as the assistant city manager, acting city manager at the moment, I'd like to just take a minute to say thank you. You have no idea what this is going to do tomorrow morning when this information is relayed. I appreciate it. Those now are public. The one that's 100% now is the public document. Now that it's been approved, we can share it with the staff. The staff that hasn't even seen this yet. We can give them copies now. But so thank you, each and every one of you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
This was more thing to do.
Okay. We will move on. We have no new business tonight, so we'll move on to reports. I've got a number of events to read, and I'll do it quickly, but first I have to make a presentation. This comes from the Colorado Municipal League, and it's addressed to Mayor Pro Tem Val Carr. Dear Val, on behalf of CML Executive Board and staff, congratulations on reaching the fundamental level of Muniversity, CML's leadership program for municipal elected officials in Colorado. You have reached this level by acquiring 30 or more credit hours in the program. Please find the enclosed certificate acknowledging your achievement. We will also recognize your achievement at the upcoming annual CML conference, June 18th through 25th to 21st in Breckenridge. We will have a ribbon available at our registration desk for you to wear displaying your accomplishment. Your achievement will be acknowledged in the conference program, which is distributed to all attendees. We will also list all awardees in a PowerPoint presentation during the elected officials luncheon on Friday, June 21st. Again, congratulations, Kevin Balmer, Executive Director, CML. There you are, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, events, we'll run through these quickly, but there's some very important ones. Saturday, May 18th, that's this Saturday, day after tomorrow, 11 to 1:30 p.m., bicycle-friendly drive course and Ride of Silence at the Ute Pass Cultural Center. Starts at 11 o'clock. Tuesday, May 21st, 7 o'clock, Chamber Business After Hours at the Colorado Wolf and Wildlife Center. Some of these are near and dear to my heart. Memorial Day weekend activities. Saturday, May 25th, some of you don't know this already, but at 10 o'clock, we will have a Shield 616 ceremony at Lions Park. 11 o'clock, we will place American flags on the veterans' graves, as always, in the Woodland Park Cemetery, and the VFW and American Legion will lead that. Is that correct, Paul?
Yes.
Sunday, May 26th, from 10 to 2, the Buddy Poppy sale at City Market and Tractor Supply. And then Monday, May 27th is Memorial Day. 7 o'clock, my favorite, is when we put the flags. It says raised in Memorial Park, which we'll do, and we'll also put flags in Lions Park,
Yes.
7 o'clock that morning. 11 o'clock, there'll be a formal Memorial Day ceremony in the Woodland Park Cemetery. And one thing on that day I've got to mention, I don't talk about my guys much, but I had 2 guys on our Woodland Park High School baseball team that were elected as first-team all-conference players, and they've also been selected to play in the 4A, 5A All-Star Game, which will be held on Memorial Day at UCCS. That's a great honor for our baseball guys. Tonight started the state track meet, and we have, I think, a record number of participants on the men's and the women's side, so keep an eye out for results there because we've got some tremendous athletes. Saturday, June 1st, from 7 to 2 is the citywide garage sale at the high school parking lot. That's always very, very well attended. Also, Saturday, June 1st, 9 to 2, the grand opening of Golden Meadows Dog Park at Meadowwood Sports Complex. And once again, congratulations to Bianca and her whole crew. Also, Saturday, June 1st, 11:30 to 9, the LO2 Classic Rock Music Festival at the Ute Pass Cultural Center. We've all heard about that here at Council, and expect a huge, huge turnout for that. That is all I have. Val.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. I have a thank you card related to Blue Lives Matter. As you know and have heard, if you haven't heard, you haven't been listening, I'm a huge public safety, PD, sheriffs, everybody fan and advocate. And the Carr family, Sherry and I, put $1,000 in the Shield 616 bucket, and so we got a nice a card for that, and I appreciate everything you do all the time, and I'm hoping we're going to be helping you out a little bit there with this Blue Lives Matter. I know the mayor's also contributed to that, and Councilmember Case. But we put $1,000 in because we believe in you folks, and there's a nice thank you card that for me in the community. Another thing that's going on with my Keep Woodland Park Beautiful hat on is we have a mini cleanup on May 22nd. Anybody who can help would be love to have them come down to Woodland Square at 8:30 a.m. and we're going to work till noon. We're going to do a mini cleanup. Several of us have met and worked out the details on what needs to be done with the city staff. They've been great. They're going to supply a lot of things to us. I want to remind people that I'm the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful liaison. I understand there's been a lot of things going on that are naturally the liaison's duty. Outside of that, I would welcome anybody from Keep Woodland Park Beautiful or the council to talk to me so I can talk to the council or the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful directly. Some of the things they need are brooms and dustpans, rags, sponge mops, and buckets. We need people, of course, garden wagons, gardening tools for pulling weeds and digging dirt, and bring your own work gloves, sunscreen, and hats. Once again, that's Wednesday, May 22nd at 8:30 a.m. It should be a good thing. It's going to prep for Memorial Day, and like Neil said, on Memorial Day we have a Blue Lives Matter a dedication at Lions Park. I welcome everybody to be there at 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I have nothing. I stole all my thunder.
Stole all your thunder. Carol, before I go to you, I've got to thank you. Everybody here would like to thank you. They don't know probably that you've retired from public service. How long have you given service to our country?
Take off my shoes. About 42 years.
42 years. Not to mention the, I don't know how many years on planning. I know 8 years on council. How many years on planning? 8?
No, I can't remember.
No?
4, I think.
4. So at least 12 years to our community, and for me, always has been, she sat next to me for a long time when I knew nothing. So my rock, and like the smartest person I know. So thanks very much, Carol. Now you can speak.
I have nothing.
You have nothing. After that, Hillary?
I'd just like to thank everybody for, coming up tonight and speaking and giving us a piece of your mind and your thoughts. And this is kind of random, but I want to remind everybody who at least hung out and stayed, you refer to us as your leaders, and I appreciate that. But remember, we're your servants. You voted us in, and we're here to serve you. So this is not the only place that you can come and speak to us. You don't have to wear your uniforms, and it doesn't have to be about your job. We serve you as citizens. So if you have issues, whether it's with your job in the city or anything that has to do with this town, please come see us or call us, email us. We're available to you. You didn't have to wait this long to come talk to any one of us. And I just hope that whoever's watching on the internet also understands, the proper role of government, of our positions, is not your leader, it is your servant. And I hope that more people start to recognize that and understand that, because that's what we're here for, is to serve not just the city employees, but to serve our citizens. And I'm sorry that you had to wait this long. I'm new to this position, but I understand my role as a servant and not as a leader. I don't tell you what to do, and I don't dictate from here. I listen to you, and I try to carry out my citizens' wishes. And so whether it's your position in the city or as a citizen, I hope that each one of you understands that my phone number is available, my email is available. You call me, and we will have coffee or whatever it is, as a beer or a glass of wine. I am here, and I am happy to serve you and listen to you and listen to your concerns and do my best to serve you while I sit up here. So I just wanted to make that point, and I appreciate all of your time. So thank you.
Thanks, Hillary. And I would argue nobody listens better than Hillary. She's amazing.
Thank you.
Paul.
I just want to say that I know what police officers go through. I know what my family, with a rich history of NYPD service for many, many decades. And even today, my family members, cousins, nephews, great-nephews are in the service. I know what it is. I see from firsthand what has happened in my family for their service to this country. Every one of my family members have served in the military, including myself. I know what it is to be put on the line. I have fought for this ever since I come on council. I usually do not speak like this. I like to be a little bit lighthearted, but my heart goes out to you, and I appreciate the service that you give to my family, the honor that you give to your family, and the service to this city. And I hope that tonight makes a difference. I did not need to go through this spin wash to come to this conclusion. I already had this conclusion. It took a couple of turns getting here. I'm glad tonight is over. I don't want anybody to forget Veterans Day and get your poppies and support what's going on, and Blue Lives Matter, and this council. All of us working together. We put our lights together with just a big blowtorch. By golly, I appreciate you, and I want to go home. Well, go ahead.
You have nothing. Okay, city attorney.
All right, so before I get started, if I could get another motion, I'm just kidding. I have nothing.
You're by yourself, Jason. We've never had a funny attorney before.
No, we haven't. He is hysterical.
City manager, Suzanne?
Thank you. And once again, I'd like to express my sentiments to council on behalf of the entire staff, the staff that's not even here, that will find out about this tomorrow. Councilmember Labar, I'd like to thank you for your sentiments that you just conveyed. This is we have a new city manager. We have a new culture now. This is new to a lot of the staff, the thought of being able to come to talk to a council member. So I appreciate you extending that, and I am really pleased to see the direction that we are moving in and the open dialogue that we can have with one another. So I appreciate you for that, and thank you. Just a couple of quick things. I know everyone wants to go home. We had a little decrease in our sales tax. If you remember seeing the sales tax report, we had a decrease of 1.3%. Darren and I studied and looked at that, and the decrease occurred during the bomb cyclone. We personally believe people didn't go out. Businesses didn't open. And we believe, and we're hoping we're correct, that that's why we saw a decrease. So stay tuned for next month. Next, I'd like to talk about Ben for a moment. I know you all received an email from Mr. Tangeman, but I would like to publicly let you know that Ben has passed his professional engineer in civil construction exam and is becoming a professional engineer, and the city's excited and lucky to have Ben, who is incredibly talented and a competent engineer. I'd like to publicly congratulate Ben on passing that exam.
Absolutely.
I took the first half of that exam, so congratulations.
I happened to, Ben shared with me the results. It was pass-fail, the results of his test. And on that piece of paper that Ben shared with me was his picture. His picture was taken that day because it's for, the proctor and the computer and all of that. He looked terrible. Terrible in that picture. And it was so sad to see him looking like that in the picture on the day he took the test. Finally, as council knows and the public knows, this is Mike Farina's last council meeting. So I would like to publicly thank Mike Farina for all that he has done. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. The staff and I have enjoyed our time with you, and you have brought us a long way. And so I'd like to publicly say thank you, wish you the best on your new endeavors, and hope that you keep in touch with us. So thank you, Mike, and I'd like to... That's all I have, Mayor.
That's all, because legally we have 3 minutes to adjourn this meeting. So thank you all for being here. Congratulations to staff and council. I just think we did a great job tonight. Thank you very much.
Could have done a whole time.